Bonjour. Hello everyone. We're ready to start. Kwe Kakina. We want to thank everyone who are present and acknowledge that St. Paul University is located on the traditional unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. We would like to honor the Anishinaabe, who are the caretakers of the lands and waters of the Kichisibi since time immemorial. We acknowledge that the site of the city of Ottawa serves as the home of the Anishinaabe, as a place for spiritual ceremonies, cultural gatherings, and exchanges among Indigenous people across Turtle Island. Aujourd'hui, cet esprit de paix et d'amitié est le fondement des relations entre les peuples autochtones et non autochtones de partout dans le monde. Miigwech. J'inviterai maintenant Marie-Louise Perron, gardienne du savoir à l'Université Saint-Paul, à nous guider dans la prière.
Kwe Kakina, Tanchikiwao. Bonjour, hello. Je vous salue dans la langue des Anishinaabe algonquins du territoire où nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui, ainsi que dans les langues de mes ancêtres. Je dis merci aux gens de ce territoire qui ont été mes amis et des mentors depuis mon arrivée en 1992. It gives me great pleasure to be here with you this morning, and I thank Creator for having given me another day on this beautiful earth to share it with you. Every day is wonderful because it's brand new. And it's a reminder that regardless of what happened yesterday or the day before, Creator gives us the gift of a clean slate every day to observe, to listen, and learn from all our relations because we are truly all related. Je m'appelle Marie-Louise Perron, je suis la fille de Gérard Perron, du Dakota du Nord, de Virginie Schneider de la Saskatchewan, la petite fille d'Irénée Pierre Perron du Québec, Célina Ladiroute du Manitoba, l'arrière-petite-fille de Jean-Baptiste Ladéroute du Manitoba et de Marguerite Saint-Arnaud des Territoires du Nord-Ouest. Je me tiens parmi vous aujourd'hui portant cette ceinture fléchée de mes ancêtres métis et je leur rends hommage parce qu'ils ont tenu bon aux côtés de Louis Riel en 69-70 dans les luttes pour faire du Canada un endroit où il fait bon vivre pour tout le monde. As we turned our minds and hearts to the reason we are gathered here, let us begin in a good way by giving thanks for our blessings on this beautiful earth. Creator, we give thanks for all that you have made, the visible and the invisible. We give thanks to Grandfather Sun, who gives us light and warmth to the day, to Grandmother Moon, who governs the waters, to the star people, where we came from and where we will return. We give thanks to our Mother, the Earth, who carries the waters and provides for all our needs, to the winds that blow, the air we breathe, to the tree people, to the plant people, who nourish our minds and bodies and spirits with food, medicine, and beauty. We give thanks to the four-leggeds, the swimmers, the winged ones, the creepers and the crawlers, on the earth and under the earth, the insects who have all their different roles in the ecologies of the universe, even those like the mosquitoes, whose purpose we don't understand, but to whom we pay a blood sacrifice anyway. We, the two-leggeds, the last created, the weakest of all, we give thanks to these, all our relatives, who pledged to the Creator that they would look after us, teach us, and protect us, going so far as to sacrifice themselves for us as food, medicines, clothing, and shelter, that we might not just survive, but thrive. For these and all our blessings, Creator, we are grateful. Creator of all things, visible and invisible, we ask that you guide us today in our deliberations, in respect and love, as befits us as true relatives. Miigwech, 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 merci miigwech. All our relations, toute nos relations.
Merci Marie-Louise pour cette prière, pour nous orienter dans notre journée de partage, de festivités, d'échanges. Ça me fait plaisir de vous accueillir ce matin. On a deux occasions à célébrer ce matin. Donc, la première, c'est le 175e de l'Université Saint-Paul, au moins 175 ans. Il y a plusieurs anniversaires à célébrer dans la vie de l'Université Saint-Paul. Et nous célébrons aussi la visite du supérieur général des Oblats de Marie-Immaculée, le Père Luis Ignacio Royce Alonso, Père Chicho. Soyez le bienvenu au sein de notre famille élargie. Aujourd'hui, nous voulons célébrer ensemble la merveilleuse fécondité de cette institution oblate d'enseignement supérieur. Not only can we be proud of our past achievements, but we can also trust in a generous and abundant future. This trust is deeply anchored in the fabric of our DNA, which I would qualify as an innate openness to transformation. SPU has gone through many transformations over the years, and we are surely going to welcome the many other transformations in the future. Why? Because we are naturally inclined to be attentive to the signs of the time. We are naturally empathetic to society's dilemmas and challenges, and we've proven to respond to those with astonishing agility. I am in awe before the creativity of this institution. I marvel at the immense talent at work in our community. In a way, this sensitivity to the needs of communities should not surprise us. It's one of the distinctive features of the Oblate charism. In a letter to Father Guibert in 1830, the founder of the Oblates, Eugène de Mazenod, says, "We must be filled with our spirit and live by it. This is so evident that it needs no explanation. Just as in a society there is a common dress, common rules, there must be also a common spirit that gives life to this particular body. The spirit of the Bernardine is not that of the Jesuit. Our spirit is also something particular to us. Our identity statement refers explicitly to the Oblates, and we try to articulate the spirit of the community in the context of an academic mission. And we say, we are a research and higher education community entrusted to the congregation of the Missionary Oblate of Mary Immaculate. We freely explore knowledge according to the Catholic intellectual tradition, which is open to continuous conversation between faith, reason, and culture. We commit ourselves to seek the truth, to promote human dignity, justice, peace, and the integrity of creation, as well as to put education at the service of the poor while respecting oblate values. Bilingual and inclusive, we foster a mutual understanding between believers of all traditions and non-believers, as well as between cultures. When people ask me, how is St. Paul University a Catholic university? My answer is always, we are an oblate university. And I think it's enough said if we listen to Father Mazenod. Changeons la face du monde, c'est l'invitation que nous voulons lancer à nos étudiantes et étudiants et à celles et ceux qui se joignent à notre communauté universitaire. Changeons la face du monde parce que nous en sommes capables. Il faut beaucoup d'espérance pour faire cette promesse. De fait, notre espérance est plus forte que tout. Elle est la fibre même de l'ADN de l'Université Saint-Paul qui célèbre déjà ses 175 ans et plusieurs sauts existentiels. C'est le cœur plein d'espérance qu'Eugène de Mazenod a autorisé la création du Collège de Bytown en 1848. Eugène, tout comme l'apôtre Paul dont nous portons le nom, est un homme de feu, passionné et espérant. L'homme qui a dit « il faut tout oser », ou plus précisément, il ne faut rien laisser à l'extérieur du champ de l'audace. Dans son livre intitulé « L'espérance ou la traversée de l'impossible », la philosophe Corinne Pelluchon affirme que l'espérance, surtout quand elle a un sens collectif, doit reposer sur des paroles et des actes, sur des créations, des institutions et des lois pour soutenir l'évolution des personnes, faciliter les changements structurels et permettre à un peuple d'avoir un horizon commun. Eh bien, je pense que l'Université Saint-Paul est l'une de ces institutions. Certes, nous sommes une université de plein droit, avec tout ce que la mission d'enseignement, de recherche et d'innovation comporte dans le monde d'aujourd'hui. That being said, we are committed to ensuring that those who attend or work at St. Paul University experience an additional dimension that might be called a spirituality of hope and bold audacity. Un monde meilleur est possible, c'est ensemble que nous y arriverons. D'où notre devise, changer la face du monde. A better world is always possible. Together, let's facilitate its emergence. We are the face of change. Sans plus tarder, j'aimerais inviter le Père Jacques Laliberté à dire un petit mot. Merci.
Merci de l'invitation. Madame la rectrice, Père Chicho, distingués invités, corps professoral, les étudiants qui ont pu s'y rattacher et les membres des Premières Nations qui sont ici présents, bonjour. En tant que provincial, je dois admettre que je suis heureux d'avoir à passer 2 journées ici. La première s'est écoulée. Elle m'a permis des premiers contacts avec des secteurs que je connaissais peu. Elle va se continuer dans ce présent symposium où j'espère m'approprier encore davantage la connaissance de l'université. Personnellement, comme Oblast, je suis une exception. Je n'ai pas fait mes études ici à Saint-Paul. Alors, je suis un phénomène curieux. J'ai fait mon bac et ma maîtrise à l'Université Laval de Québec, alors ma théologie. Les confrères qui ont passé par Saint-Paul nous parlent de leur expérience et de leur amour pour Saint-Paul avec fierté. Comme je suis un peu crédible, je les croyais sur parole. Mais le fait d'être ici présent et d'assister à ce que nous vivons présentement, y compris hier, ça m'aide à comprendre, ça m'aide à m'approfondir, à comprendre les bases fondamentales de leur fierté d'avoir été étudiant à Ottawa et d'avoir été gradué dans Ottawa. Chantal vient de nous faire une belle présentation qui contient beaucoup d'éléments. On voit des débuts modestes, on voit des adaptations, et je pense que c'est quelque chose de fondamental dans l'histoire de l'université. On ne crée pas pour créer, on crée pour répondre à des besoins très spécifiques qu'on est capable d'identifier. Le collège de Bytown a évolué rapidement et il est devenu l'Université Saint-Paul, l'Université d'Ottawa. Saint-Paul a migré ici. Et cette dynamique-là, elle se perpétue. Les gens ici sont à l'affût de la lecture du monde, du réel qui se passe dans nos sociétés. Et cette lecture du réel du monde qui se passe dans nos sociétés nous amène non seulement à nous poser des questions, mais à imaginer des réponses. Sans réponse, nous sommes en stagnation ou nous reculons. Alors, comment inventer du nouveau? Notre société devient de plus en plus complexe, non pas incompréhensible, mais de plus en plus complexe. Et nous avons besoin de plus en plus de capacité intellectuelle, de capacité d'analyse, de capacité de compréhension, de capacité d'invention pour répondre aux besoins de notre monde. C'est vrai pour les croyants, c'est vrai pour les non-croyants, c'est vrai pour toutes les spiritualités du monde. Le monde change, on peut porter la même foi, mais nous devons l'adapter au monde d'aujourd'hui. Dans cette complexité du monde, il est très important d'avoir des intervenants qualifiés qui peuvent aider à la base, qualifiés qui peuvent aider dans les structures. Et c'est le rôle d'une université, d'une institution comme celle-ci, Saint-Paul, de préparer les leaders de demain dans cette dimension, où la spiritualité n'est pas absente, où les valeurs humaines ne sont pas absentes, où le communautaire n'est pas absent. Hier, je visitais différents secteurs, le Centre autochtone, le Centre au bois pour la justice et la paix, le Centre de pastoral, l'innovation sociale, la protection des mineurs. J'en oublie peut-être parce que je fais un survol rapide. Mais pour moi, ça traduit bien cette préoccupation constante qui est à l'université de répondre aux besoins d'aujourd'hui. Hein? La réconciliation avec les Premières Nations. Nous avons, nous, les non-autochtones, une lecture de l'histoire qu'on croyait mur à mur. Et avec la réalité d'aujourd'hui, nous sommes obligés à reviser notre lecture de l'histoire, à comprendre que l'histoire se regarde par différents pôles. Et ça nous amène à des dialogues productifs, ça nous amène à des rapprochements, ça nous amène à un respect mutuel. L'université est appelée à jouer un rôle et à continuer de jouer son rôle dans cette dimension-là. Je m'arrête ici, je ne veux pas copier Chantal, elle a des droits d'auteur. Avec la ferme résolution de continuer à goûter ce que ces 2 journées m'ont apporté et qui vont continuer de m'apporter présentement. Merci.
Et maintenant, j'invite Marie-Michel Laferrière, présidente du Bureau des gouverneurs et diplômée de l'Université Saint-Paul, et nos remerciements à Jacques pour son allocution.
Bon matin. Cher révérend Père supérieur Chicho, les Pères Oblats de Marie Immaculée, honorables professeurs, distincts membres du comité d'administration, Madame la rectrice, je me sens officielle à matin, distingués invités, bonjour. C'est avec une profonde gratitude et un sentiment d'inspiration que je me tiens devant vous aujourd'hui en tant que présidente du Bureau des gouverneurs de l'Université Saint-Paul. Nous sommes réunis ici dans l'ombre de l'héritage sacré des Pères Oblats de Marie Immaculée, une congrégation qui a nourri notre institution de son charisme exceptionnel depuis ses débuts. En ce moment, il est essentiel de refléter sur notre parcours et de regarder vers l'avenir avec optimisme. L'Université Saint-Paul est plus qu'une simple institution éducative. Elle est une œuvre d'engagement, une réponse aux besoins criants de notre société en perpétuel mouvement. Inspirée par le charisme Oblat, elle se dresse comme un phare de justice sociale et d'innovation qui ose aller au-delà des frontières, de tout mettre en œuvre pour offrir un espace où la foi et la raison convergent pour créer une compréhension plus profonde du monde qui nous entoure. Comme le dit saint Eugène de Mazenod, rendre les hommes et les femmes raisonnables, puis chrétiennes, afin de les aider à devenir des saints et des saintes. My warmest greetings to the Oblate Fathers. Your vision 175 years ago, your congregation's dedication to the mission of education, and the relentless pursuit of truth permeates every stone, every book, and every spirit that passes through our doors. Today, we stand at crossroads, ready to write a new chapter in our history. In the context of synodality, we embrace collaboration. Together, hand in hand, we are called to respond to the needs of our community and the world around us. Our strength lies in our unity of minds and talents. L'Université Saint-Paul peut être plus qu'une simple gardienne du savoir. Elle peut être un pilier de la justice sociale et de l'innovation. Nous sommes appelés à former des esprits éclairés, des leaders qui transcendent les frontières et qui sont guidés par une vision commune de service et de compassion. En cela, nous réalisons le véritable héritage des Oblats en incarnant leur charisme dans chaque acte de bienfaisance et dans chaque entreprise éducative. As you know, as Madame la Rectrice mentioned, my connection with St. Paul University goes beyond my current position as chair of the Board of Governors, when I also graduated with a master's degree in conflict studies. This experience has forged in me a deep understanding of the complexity of the challenges facing our world. The lessons I learned in the classrooms of St. Paul University, guided by the Oblate charism, have equipped me to approach conflicts with a compassionate perspective and a search for just solutions. It is therefore with renewed commitment that I address you today. As a graduate, I carry with pride the values of this institution, and I pledge to ensure that St. Paul University continues to be a bastion of academic excellence and transformative research. L'éducation que j'ai reçue ici m'a montré que les conflits peuvent être des opportunités de croissance, de compréhension mutuelle et de création de ponts entre les différences. Dans notre quête commune de justice sociale, je suis convaincue que les valeurs que j'ai acquises en tant qu'étudiante continueront de guider nos actions et de renforcer notre impact positif sur la société. En conclusion, chers collègues, je tiens à exprimer ma confiance dans le potentiel extraordinaire de notre institution. Ensemble, enracinés dans la tradition oblate, nous pouvons façonner l'avenir avec audace et détermination. Ensemble, en tant que membres de cette grande famille universitaire, nous sommes appelés à transcender les frontières de l'éducation traditionnelle. Nous sommes appelés à être des architectes de l'harmonie, des bâtisseurs de ponts entre les idées et les communautés. Que notre collaboration soit le reflet de notre engagement envers la vérité, la justice et l'amour. Merci.
Thank you, Marie-Michel, for this passionate credo in our university. Very inspiring. Now we go to the next part of the morning, which is there are going to be some panelists, and they're going to be moderated by Professor Heather Eaton. Yes, please come to the podium. And basically, we're going to talk about St. Paul from its foundation to today. Without further ado.
Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue à l'Université Saint-Paul. I'm Professor Heather Eaton. I've been here 27 years. It's very nice to see some old friends, some new friends, et bienvenue à tout le monde. Le sujet de le reste de la matinée, c'est l'Université Saint-Paul et sa fondation à aujourd'hui. This is the theme. We have 4 speakers. Each speaker has 15 minutes. I'm actually a timer, so signaling to the speakers, I will let you know when a couple of minutes you have to wrap up. 2 speakers will speak, and then we'll take a pause café. So at just a little after 10, we'll take a break so you can get more coffee and do what you need to do. Each speaker will speak in either English or French. So we're not providing translation. So we have 2 in English and 2 in French, just que vous sachiez. And now we're going to begin. Each of our speakers has long introductions, and I'm not going to do that. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of tidbits of each of our speakers. It was suggested to invite all the speakers to come sit up here, so I will invite you, if you would like, to sit on these chairs, and if you would not, that's also fine. And since there's no movement, I'm going to assume that's a no. Our first speaker is Eugene King, who is a missionary oblate of Mary Immaculate. He came from Ireland in 1962 and returned to Canada as a professor. So he has been a professor at St. Paul University for quite a long time in théologie pastorale, pastoral theology, has had a rich and long contribution to the university. He served as Vicar General in Rome for 10 years, and he has since returned to Canada to contribute to the university and to the community. Donc, je vous invite à venir, and we welcome Eugene King.
Thank you very much, Heather.
Do you want some water?
No, I think I'm okay. Good morning, everybody. It's good to be back. I may look like as if I'm 175 years of age, but I'm only 83, and so I have 61 years of association with St. Paul University. To add to what Heather just said, let me take off my watch because like Heather, I'm a timer as well, so yeah, you won't have to force me from the podium. So it is now 9:31, so at 9:46 I'll be out of here. At any rate, I was told that the topic of this symposium was the 175 years of the life of St. Paul University and the University of Ottawa. However, I'm limiting my 15 minutes to historical notes from me of 58 years of the life of SPU, and it's a personal love story. But of course, this is a scientific occasion, so my scientific resources for my talk are the local newspaper, which is the Main Streeter, and my own romantic memory and imagination. So, a little anecdote. I arrived here in Ottawa for the first time at 22 years of age between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning of October the 11th, 1962, and Vatican II was beginning in Rome at the same time. And I thought that the Holy Spirit was so busy in Rome that he or she had completely abandoned me. At any rate, the next morning, like being a good religious, I was up for breakfast, and the superior gave permission to the community to talk at that breakfast because there was a friendly alien who had arrived during the night. So I was sitting at the end of a table, and the chap who was opposite me, he said, "My name is Bruno." And my response was, "Well, in Ireland, we only call dogs Bruno." To which he replied, "Here in Canada, we call horses King." Thus did I encounter the culture nationale québécoise et le commencement pour moi de la révolution tranquille. The 11th was a free day. We all went to Canadian Martyrs for Mass because it was the beginning of the council, and I went to class on the 12th of October, only to discover that all the classes were in Latin. And although I had studied 6 years of classical Latin, I didn't understand a word. And there were 3 classes, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, here in this building. And I had learned a lesson from that experience because I basically understood nothing during the first trimester, and it demythologized any great expectations that I had of professors or of myself of the importance of the actual lectures that we deliver. At any rate, as I said, the scientific sources for my dimension is taken from the Main Streeter. And there's a lovely 2 full pages on the 175 years of St. Paul University here. One, an interview with Chantal. I like your cardigan, Chantal. And the other is of Professor Feist from the Faculty of Theology, from Philosophy, and who works with, I may learn something, at Discovery University, which works with the mission here in Ottawa. At any rate, I was struck by a paragraph which quoted Chantal, and it reads like this. The school is on a journey. It has a lot of creative energy and new young professors with a lot of interesting ideas. My feeling is that the university is going to continue to be very creative and bold. And my topic is to ground from the past 58 years of experience for that courageous statement of our rector, Chantal. I only think of her as Chantal, excuse me. It's okay? Oh, yeah. Ah, yeah, okay, fine. At my age, you know. At any rate, so, and looking back over those 58 years, I thought of all of the transformations that took place in those 58 years as surges of energy that ground the hope which Chantal articulates. And I'm going to name those 6 waves like tsunamis of energy and force. The first one is the extraordinary transformation that took place in the university community. That is all of the students, all of the professors, all of the other services of the university, how things have changed. The second one is the surge of human sciences in our teaching activity at the university. The third one is what I call practicums. I don't know whether we still use that word here in our programs, but it is an element of professional training where the life and the skills and the attitudes and the values and particularly the skills of the student are taken into account and developed. The fourth is accreditation by various official bodies. The fifth is what I call, and this one stuck me because I couldn't find an apt metaphor, whether I should talk about a revolution, or whether I should talk about earthquakes that took place in various ways in our ecclesiastical faculties. And the last one is to ask the question, but what energy and force do the oblates bring to the enterprise of this university? And maybe the speakers who have preceded me have already answered that question. Denny Downcoes, hello Denny, can you hear me? Because he tutored me at breakfast several days that I was to speak to the microphone. And I sometimes am inclined to leave the podium and wander around, but for today I'm tied to the microphone under the instructions. So everybody can hear me. Mais je vais parler largement en anglais, mais je vais annoncer au moins les titres de chaque force ou énergie et ce qui reste de mes 15 minutes. Wow! Je vais faire quelques remarques. D'abord, la transformation dans la communauté, les personnes qui viennent, qui composent cette communauté universitaire. En 65, quand on a changé le nom de l'université, la population des étudiants était largement des religieux et des clercs. Et au cours de ces 4 ans, we had our first woman full-time in theology, and her name, and several of you will remember her, Elizabeth Lascelles. Elizabeth Lascelles was a sister of the Charity of Ottawa, and who became the very distinguished professor in religious studies at Ottawa U, the new Ottawa U after that. At any rate, and suddenly today we are with the United Nations. We are a community of men and women almost in equal parts, French and English, Asians, African, indigenous peoples, and it's a mirror image of the composition of Canadian society. And also the same with regard to the professors, represent many modern human and social sciences, which were marginally taken into account back when I was a student, but now they are a major source of energy in the university. And what I think is magnificent, which I proclaim from the mountaintop, and that is that over that 58 years, all of the posts of service, of authority, of leadership in the university are now held by men and women, lay people, and other people of goodwill who are part of our community. And of course, no, I shouldn't say the cherry on the cake, but Chantal is indeed the symbol of that achievement. And what a force of energy that represents for the entire community when we take everybody into account. That's wave number one. Wave number two, the surge of the human sciences. In 1965, we had 3 faculties: theology, canon law, and philosophy. The modern human sciences were introduced in that 5 years after the Second Vatican Council, beginning with psychology in its various forms and sociology. And the inspiration for that came from the Second Vatican Council because it had 2 very important documents. It had many important documents, but it had one on the church as the mystery of the church, which is theology. But the other was the church in the modern world, Gaudium et Spes, and suddenly we had to have a new view of the modern world. And to know what the modern world is about, one goes to the modern human and social sciences. And what a wonderful time that was. A diversity of programs which incorporated psychology and sociology to begin with, but which has multiplied to conflict study, criminology, public ethics, etc. since that time. Year by year, there were new, what would we have called them then? It wasn't a school and it wasn't a center. It was a concentration, I think, which began with psychotherapy, counseling, family studies, general ministry. Then we had programs for chaplains in all the hospitals around. We had at least 4 or 5 of those operating at the same time, and all involving as an integral component the human sciences, which took into account the growth of the individual, their experience, their skills that they should develop in their field, and so forth. Enough on that. Now, the next one is the practicums. Now, this was a major change in our teaching philosophies here, because basically the 4 years that I was here as an undergraduate student in theology, it was entirely book learning. It was lectures given by professors, even if I didn't understand them, but such things as applied science, at least for theology, was very limited. The Faculty of Canon Law, by way of a little anecdote. Now I'm at 9:45 and I've got 1 more minute to go. The Faculty of Canon Law in those years had 4 students. One a very distinguished student, Father Francis Morrissey, who was doing his doctorate. And now I'm told the Faculty of Canon Law has between 130 and 140 students at the present time, of which 37 are doctoral students. So one of the flourishing. I'm now on to number 4, academic and professional excellence. With this surge of what we might have called professional learning, with the surge of professional learning, people with a certain view of academic excellence always thought that, all this fuzzy-wuzzy stuff of people's growth and, skills, etc., and applied science, it was hardly worthy of a university environment. But because we were now being accredited by the new Ottawa U, we are being accredited by the new Ottawa U, all of our programs merited greatly and had a new surge of life and energy by accreditation. First of all, by the Graduate Studies of Ottawa U, by the Government of Ontario, which was offering a bit more funding to the confessional and private universities, and then by professional associations gradually over the psychotherapists, and even the Faculty of Theology got caught up in professional training, in some way in partnership with the Anglican students who are here, who are trained for ministry in the Anglican Church by introducing what is known as the MDiv and the DMin, which are professional degrees and with a strong practicum component. And at that stage, Heather, my time is exhausted, and
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, that's fine. the earthquake revolution in the theology and the ecclesiastical sciences. I'm not talking so much about our own programs here or the professors that are here. I'm just simply saying that in the world of Roman Catholic theology after the council, etc., the world of seminary formation, etc., has been turned upside down, and for some reason which we could discuss, there seems to be little interest in what was traditionally the institutional patterns of formation. One of the great things that I want to say finally with regard to the Faculty of Theology, they handed on to St. Paul University a marvelous, highly qualified academic staff. And they were providing entire degrees from the baccalaureate to the PhD in both French and in English. That is an extraordinary amount of energy, and as Chantal would tell you, it's very expensive. Thank you. Can I go home now? Thanks, Sarah. By the way, the contribution of the obreds will be adequately covered by my good friend Leonardo and Joe Gunn.
Thank you very much, Eugene, for that, for your historical memory and for delightful stories, and also for the transitions that have happened at the university. They are ongoing, these waves. Donc, merci beaucoup. Our next speaker is Elizabeth May. I'm not entirely sure how the technology is going to work, but I'm assuming someone is on that, so I'm just going to carry on. I'm going to introduce Elizabeth May, who will be joining us via Zoom or some other technology. Just so you know a little bit about Elizabeth May's background, which is, of course, quite extensive. Elizabeth was born in the US, came to Canada, became a Canadian citizen, lived in Cape Breton, was an environmentalist early on in her life. She became a lawyer. Hey, Elizabeth.
Right beside me.
Hiya. So, it's nice to see you. So Elizabeth became a lawyer and worked a lot on many environmental issues. She then was the executive director of the Sierra Club for many years. She then became an active member of the Green Party, became the leader of the Green Party, was for many years the most significant environmental voice, certainly in political spheres, but also in public education spheres for many, many years. Elizabeth, you have to understand the contentious politics around environmental issues. We've never had a government that actually is strongly supporting environmental issues. However, Elizabeth led so many conversations and policies on environmental issues, but what I want to say personally is Elizabeth worked across the aisles. So of all the political energy that goes on in Canada, Elizabeth was a collaborator. She was always in conversation. She always built bridges. So she has this quite extraordinary energy and presence. She's written many books. Some of the books are the Crisis in Canadian Democracy, so it was called Losing Confidence and the Crisis in Canadian Democracy. She's written her own memoir called Who We Are, Reflections on My Life and Canada. She's written many, many papers. On est vraiment, vraiment très content de la voir ici avec nous. My little plug is that Elizabeth was my student many years ago. So Elizabeth did study here. She did some theology in the university, so we have befriended her via the university as well. Donc, je vous invite à faire une bienvenue chaleureux pour Elizabeth May. You have 15 minutes, my friend.
Thank you, Heather. And I thought I was signing in time to hear you speak, so I must have done myself mixed up. Merci et bonjour tout le monde. I have a bit of echo. I'm trying to figure out how I did that. Well, technology will help me at some point, but it's a joy to be with you. And thank you, Heather, for that generous introduction. I have been associate of St. Paul University before I got involved with the Green Party. So that's when it goes back to. I am having a little trouble with the technology because of the echo. Can somebody help me on the tech team to figure out how I don't hear myself? If I could always mute this, but then I won't hear anything you say to me. For now, I'll do that just to make it bearable.
We don't hear the
went to school and I wonder what I'm doing. Of 2000. We have had some good ones. But I knew that in the spring of 2006, with Stephen Harper forming government, we would not we would not be with a sympathetic government. I knew Stephen Harper as executive director of Sierra Club, and as Heather mentioned, also I worked across party lines. Well, of course, Sierra Club, the important thing was, as in all NGOs, you can't have party lines. It was back in Sierra Club days. I first started working with Joe Gunn when he was at the Council of Catholic Bishops. We did a lot of coalition work. We wanted to talk and work in coalition. Anyway, and building out relationships to for instance, the Council of Churches in the early part of the 2000s, and in fact in the late 1990s, in the gearing up to get Kyoto ratified. It was the World Council of Churches, the Canadian bishops. It was a lot of faith groups as well as municipalities and unions that formed a loose coalition, and very effective. I mean, David Hallman was then with the World Council of Churches and the Canadian Council of Churches, and the United Church, so helpful in getting pro-Kyoto cards and postcards into churches and synagogues and temples. So we were able to actually say that the faith community, and historically, I think a lot of people forget this, the big role the faith community played in helping us get Kyoto ratified. So that was in an era when Jean Chrétien was prime minister, and then when Paul Martin was prime minister, very strong environmental policies. I'd argue better than what we have. Paul Martin's climate policies were better than Justin Trudeau's. But I chose to leave my non-government, non-partisan life to jump into politics because I felt somebody had to be in a position to confront Stephen Harper in the world of politics, where if liberals said our policies are better, no one would believe them. So but I didn't give up my studies. So I kept at St. Paul's. I remember my ethics professor, Professor Malchin, said I was the first student he'd ever had where he gave a term paper extension because I was in a by-election. So I was still taking my one course a semester, and I got so much out of it. I really do want to thank St. Paul. I want to say that kind of study, that kind of opportunity, after years of having finished law school in 1983, to go back into a classroom in 2003 I had very few preconceptions about what a theology study looked like. I was so thrilled with how much scope there was for intellectual curiosity, how fascinating it was, and Father now of course, in a much higher position within the church, but Ivan Matu and I ran into each other recently at a Shoah ceremony. But he was my professor for the course in the Pentateuch, which, a word-by-word exegesis of Genesis is more useful than you might think to someone who's working in the environmental movement or as an environmentally focused person in politics, to actually know, okay, so the misunderstanding of Genesis, when you do a word-by-word exegesis and you've got someone who really can read Hebrew, it's a wonderful way of understanding that the notion that Genesis and the Judeo-Christian tradition give us a right to destroy the earth because it was, we're in charge and it was given to us, to wreck. I don't think that's never been the idea. So I just want to get to that care for creation piece, which has been so beautifully picked up by Pope Francis, the work of Laudato Si, the work of in recent months, the Pope has picked up the call for more climate action, pointing out that since he first released that encyclical, we have not made the progress that's absolutely required if we are to show respect and actually protect sacred creation. So I know I don't have all the time in the world to share with you, but I just wanted to make sure that it's kind of that track of how it went for my life, why I didn't end up going for ordination. Wasn't that I it was what happened because I actually managed to get elected as a Green. That wasn't entirely expected, nor necessarily part of my reasons for doing what I was doing. I knew I needed to be in a position to defend strong climate policy, and I needed to be able to defend the environment against I won't just say the first politician I ever met, but one of the first people I've ever met who actively dislikes the environment, and that was Stephen Harper. I used to wonder if when he'd been walking with his parents once in the woods, a tree branch had swapped back and hit him in the face, so that he really seemed to dislike nature. And I can't explain it. It's there are very few people who actually don't seem to like nature at all. There are many who get the politics wrong. I mean, there's someone like Justin Trudeau who says he's a climate leader and then buys a pipeline and then insists on building it through sacred territory. There's inexplicable hypocrisy. There's cognitive dissonance. But Stephen Harper's the only human being, I think the only human being I've ever met who actively dislikes nature and wanted to get rid of all the programs that we might have had in place in Canada to protect it. And we're still not over the damage that was done then. But my role as a member of parliament, I kept thinking, oh, it'll be good when I get elected, because then I'll be back in Ottawa and I can start taking, I'm sure evening classes at St. Paul will fit into my schedule. Well, that was laughably a misunderstanding of how much work it is to be a member of parliament. So that never did happen, but it might sometime. You never know. I really so loved all the courses I took. I got so much from my professors. I mentioned my course in ethics, and that's one thing I did want to reflect on briefly, and I know I'm just about out of time. But in politics and in government, ethics is reduced to a set of rules. And if you can get between what's written, thou shalt not, you say, well, it doesn't say specifically, I mustn't do that. The notion of ethics, as taught at St. Paul, has nothing to do with a code of ethics as applied to politicians. The code of ethics putting in a list form, you're not allowed to hire your children in your office. You think, well, did you really need to write that down? Don't people know that? That's my first reaction. But I feel really badly about the way in which ethics is no longer the way we live with each other and the way it was taught at St. Paul in Professor Malchin's class, which I loved. It's about it, you lose any context of ethics is how you live your life and care for each other and live out your faith. It's not a set of rules that you want to work your way around. And unfortunately, I will say this because I don't get much chance to say it. It's in Parliament all the time. The Conservatives point out that Justin Trudeau violated the ethics code twice. I actually don't think that the things for which he was found to be unethical were in any, say, St. Paul context, not ethical. He was found, because once you put it down as a rule, you say, you can accept, this is just, I won't deviate too much. I'm not going down this rabbit hole too far, Heather, I promise. But the rule is you can accept a gift if it's from a family friend and it's a gift and there's no strings attached. And the Aga Khan, the point on which Justin Trudeau was found to have violated the ethics code, was a finding by one person, Mary Dawson, and on other issues where I think people have behaved in ways that are black and white, purely unethical. She's found her way around. Said, well, they didn't really break a rule. Like, really? I'll give you the example there. It was a member of parliament, Murray Rankin, actually, was a member of the New Democrat Party, member of parliament for Victoria, who, without telling anybody, while a member of parliament, took on a client, Bilcon, a company from the United States that wanted to develop a basalt quarry on a very fragile environment in a place called Digby Neck, Nova Scotia. And when I had been at Sierra Club with a coalition of fishers and local people, there was an environmental assessment hearing, and it's the one of two in the whole history of environmental assessment before Harper wrecked it, that found that this project was so bad there was no way to approve it. It would destroy the habitat of the right whale. And so they said no. As a result, Bilcon, using what used to be in NAFTA Chapter 11, sued Canada, and Murray Rankin was their expert witness while a member of parliament, suing Canada. And because of his testimony, which I think was flawed, but anyway, he did it as a sitting member of parliament, got paid untold amounts of money because he's never revealed it. And Mary Dawson said, well, that doesn't violate the ethics code because he didn't do that as a member of parliament. He did that as a lawyer in his previous occupation. So that's his current occupation while also being an MP. So that doesn't violate the ethics code. But Justin Trudeau, she found, violated the ethics code because her finding was the Aga Khan wasn't really a family friend. You think, well, wait a minute. He's really good friends with Pierre Trudeau. Justin had known him all his life. Hadn't had him over for dinner lately is what it basically came down to. So I come back to the ethics code of what is ethics really about and what should it be like about in political life? And should it be down to a set of rules that someone else judges? Or is your conduct such that you've conducted yourself that you love the Lord thy God with all your heart and all your strength and all your mind, love your neighbor as yourself? If that's your commandment, where's how does the ethics code help you in that? If you behave yourself such that you think I won't be embarrassed if this is published on the front page of the newspaper, then I think that's a better ethics code than a set of rules that someone interprets in inconsistent ways. So I learned a lot. Whether you think I learned a lot or not from that example, I don't know. But I felt as a human being and as a practicing Christian, and by the time I decided I didn't have the time anymore, as much as I love my courses, continue towards an actual degree. I'm so grateful to St. Paul, because I do think St. Paul University, I got a lot out of it. I'm very grateful. And I really loved your course too, Heather. I didn't mean to not mention. And the care for creation effort of all churches and faiths that are prepared to say it matters, that we take up, as we did on the ratification of Kyoto, that churches and congregations and synagogues and take up the effort. And in this moment of two wars, that a year or two ago, who would have imagined Putin invading Ukraine? And who would have imagined the horrors right now of the Hamas atrocities visited on Israel, and then the unleashing of illegal actions in an illegal siege of Gaza and illegal bombings from Israel in retaliation? It's unbearable, but it's very hard right now as somebody there's a very strong mood towards all religions take us in the direction of war. So again, I call on people of faith to help and to provide voices of sanity, as does His Holiness Pope Francis, to pray for peace and to speak for peace and to speak for justice and to speak for creation. And with that, I'll say thank you and have a very good day. And I wish I could be there in person to join. Oh, I will also say, if any of you knew I had a stroke in June, and that's why I can't fly to be with you, I also want to say thank you to people who prayed for me, because I've really remarkably recovered. And I'm very, very grateful for prayer. Thank you so much. And I'll put myself back on mute.
Elizabeth. I'm not sure you can hear me, Elizabeth, but thank you so much. And do take care and stay well, and see you anon. And with that, we were going to take a very short break. So we are back at 10:20. So I think there's more coffee, potentially coffee, tea, and washrooms are down the hall, if that is significant information. Good morning again, everyone. Just a gentle reminder, we're going to start. On va commencer, donc, yep, no one listens. Et puis encore. On va juste revenir à nos chaises. Okay. Folks, I just want to invite you to come back to your chairs, please. We're going to carry on with the program.
He has to move the mic very low
I know.
over there.
I know. Thank you. Please sit down. And now get your friends. Yeah. We're We're going to begin the program in 1 minute, so I invite you again to come back to your chairs.
Are they all coming? Just wish me well.
And you have 15 minutes.
Eh?
You have not more than 15 minutes.
When you get close, this is your 1 minute mark. On va commencer. Je vous invite de vous asseoir, prendre vos cafés, vos thés, ce que vous avez besoin. On va commencer. You're all like my daughter. You know, she was not really very obedient, so I'm seeing a pattern here. I just want to remind you that we have a long lunch hour and you will be able to socialize to your heart's content. But right now, we have a panel and we're going to carry on. All right. Donc, on va continuer. Nos matinées, on a encore 2 personnes qui vont parler. We have 2 more speakers. I'm going to introduce the person who's going to speak now, which is Brother Len DeRoche. My friend.
Rigo.
God, I said his name wrong. Rigo. But he's still my friend. At least I hope so. Okay, we'll have to clarify that. Len was born in the Azores, came to Canada. He's an oblate brother. Len spent 38 years in Peru. So this is a man who has served an enormous amount of his life in a country that is quite impoverished and challenged and has a lot of social justice issues. And so Len has a very acute sensitivity to justice and social justice, as well as to environmental issues. At Université Saint-Paul, he is our oblate in residence. So since he has come back from Peru, he is now here. Always kicking up dust and making us look more forcefully at justice issues. So he's a very welcome presence at the University of St. Paul. Alors, je vous invite à parler et je vous invite à écouter.
Very good. Thank you, Adri. She already did half of my speech. Can you hear me? Yep. Good. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here. The day has come. When I was invited to do this sharing, I was laying in a bed in a hospital, very dopey. So bear with me. My name is Leonard Rigo. I am an oblate of the Haut-Millecom province of the English-speaking Canada. And I have been working here at St. Paul since I returned to Canada, 30 years living in Peru, and I am the oblate in residence for the last 10 years here at St. Paul. This position was established thanks to our beloved Madame Chantal, our rector. For her constant support, allow me to acknowledge and thank her publicly. Chantal has shared the vision, the mission, and the vocation, always encouraging our office to move forward. This oblate ministry she promoted not only here in the campus, but beyond. During the time before the Center of Blood took place, we did 19 symposiums and events, 9 of them across the country. And Chantal was always there. Thank you. And I'd like to acknowledge someone as well, Father Luke Tardif, a beloved friend and brother. And on the person of Father Liberté, sending my best thanks, because he always wrote me emails, phone calls, always encouraged to move forward with the things that we were doing. And he always says that Chantal and I were a very good odd couple. Now, several of you here today may not have met me because I am such a quiet and a well-behaved oblate. Also, my office is hidden over there on the second floor of the Fambois building. Recently, I have been away due to health concerns. I have had a couple of operations in my heart, supposedly to make him strong, so watch out. I am thankful to God that I feel better enough to be here on this important day with all of you. I'm certainly glad to be back, grateful for life, and thank you for your prayers. At times, university community members can find ourselves working in silos, busy with our own projects, our heads into books or studying the latest research we have found online. In recent years, pandemic made meeting each other in person more difficult, perhaps impossible, and even more, lectures concern more online. This psychological and spiritual drainage is still going on with us today. So some of you likely do not know what my work has been. In words, my ministry has been to bring social justice activities to St. Paul University and St. Paul University to the community. This reaching out has been a huge impact. My favorite word in this ministry is encouragement. I want oblates, professors, university staff, and students to get engaged. Allow me to cite just a few examples of wonderful events of social justice ministry we organize here at St. Paul. We organized a conference on liberation theology at St. Paul, granted an honorary degree to Father Gustavo Gutierrez from Lima, Peru. We organized several day-long conferences on Canadian extraction industries operating in countries of the Global South, and in the need for Canadian legislation ensuring human rights and environmental protection for communities where these companies invest. Our events always included debates with representatives of the Mining Association of Canada, some executives of major companies, as well as critical academics and civil society actors. Notably, Canada's ombudsperson for responsible enterprise made her first public speech at one of our events here. I also remember the Archbishop Paul André, who's here with us, describing at one of our events how he grew up in a mining company, in a mining community in the Northern Ontario. You picked that up. In 2019, only a few weeks after the end of the Synod of the Amazons, one of the most events historically in the world. The church and society in the Global South mobilized the world, and the impact, we know what it is, Laudato Si and all the other incredible documents of the church. Cardinal Barreto, a Jesuit of Peru, was invited to speak at our conference with our 200 persons in attendance, including the Apostolic Nuncio. The Cardinal was a key player in the Synod and received an honorary degree here. I remember that Professor Adder Eaton, our moderator, also spoke as a respondent, but she was not so good. Oops. She was so good that the former nuncio invited her for lunch in his house. Father Eugene King and Joe Gunn, they were furious jealous.
About feminism.
That's right.
I had to give him material about feminism.
Wonderful. And he went back to Rome. My role here today, it's not to speak only about the past, but to argue that an education at a school with an oblate charism must be distinct. Must be distinct. And more specifically, how should education be distinct? Social justice must be of utmost importance at this university, and action for justice in the world must follow our studies. What do I do to make this institution distinct? My years living in Peru confirmed in my mind that our capitalistic economic system is predatory. As Pope Francis once famously said, "This economy kills." It not only kills people, however, it kills nature at an alarming rate and threatens the poor and vulnerable much more than those of us here in the global north have already experienced. This is why our response, including the response of the university, must be developed with Pope Francis calls integral ecology, liberation of the earth and liberation of the poor. The world is on fire out there, everywhere. And indifference, it's still on the rise. We must learn and understand that we cannot be indifferent, because indifference kills. And the indifference goes against God's will. We must become prophetic voices. We are in many ways, but we must become more prophetic voices in action. And please don't throw tomatoes at me. Less prayer and more action. I am aware of the groundbreaking work of Professor Eaton and her colleagues have done a great and create this university's new school for leadership, ecology, and equity. I hope this program floods with new students. This program must be reached out to all the NGOs we have in this country, to all the parishes we have in this country, to all the grassroots we have in this country. It's a remarkable course. And have it auditor. So they pay a fee, but they don't have to be responsible for papers and all that, and will be less work for the teachers. because that's what they always look for. But sometimes I got frustrated that change comes so slow. I just turned 80 years of age, so time is on the essence. In April, I was one of the 7 people that have different institutions and organizations here at St. Paul. We wrote a letter asking the Board of Governors to sign, to divest the university's financial holding from fossil fuels. A lot of universities have done that already. What are we waiting for? Sometime in August, we had a meeting with Marl Barlow, a former advisor for the United Nations on water, and we agreed and asked again the Board of Governors to have St. Paul as a blue community. And the blue community that includes potable water on the First Nations territories as well. I look forward to St. Paul making these steps. Board of Governors, man and woman of goodwill, professional leadership, let's wake up and smell the coffee. We cannot be at the end of the line. We are a university that's supposed to be protagonists. So, no more waiting, because when we wait, others gain. I am very much encouraged on the letter that Father Chicho, who is among us here, our Superior General, wrote on the feast of Our Lady of the Assumption. This is what he said. The 37th General Chapter told us that care for the earth is an essential concern to us in our missionary work. We have become aware of our insufficient efforts to care for the environment. Bingo. Hit the nail in the head. And let's continue to move forward that way. We are challenged, therefore, to commit ourselves to the fullest extent possible to make ecology conversion a priority of fundamental part of our lives and as an integral part of our evangelization. Pilgrims of Hope, communion, in communion. So I am encouraged that a brand new collaboration of 24 Catholic religious congregations, including the Oblates, which I am so proud, called the Office of Religious Congregations for Integral Ecology, with an office here at St. Paul, has been housed in the house and hosted at the Center Oblat. Right here in our campus, we have met with sisters and lay people who have been educated and trained and organized through this program to come here to lobby members of Parliament on the Hill. I am convinced that the Oblates cannot do this work effectively alone. We cannot be afraid to collaborate with civil society and organizations. Politicians are waiting sometimes for us to give them the good word from our experience of faith, for them to have the courage to move on. We must mingle with the good, the bad, and the ugly. And if we don't, we fail everything we say. Allow me to quote another excellent part of Father Chicho's letter. This one I'll do it because I need to be in his good books. The care of our common home is a place of encounter with the poor. The medication gets to me. To be with the poor, victims and called to be the protagonists of change. Always come to them. We have to find ways to put them at the center of our actions and our lives. Better still, we must learn from them how to live better in order to take care of the common home. In this sense, we should listen to the indigenous people who accumulated ancestry wisdom about the care of and respect for our Mother Earth. What would be the most appreciated platform to learn what the poor and indigenous people can share and teach us? Here at St. Paul, we have two very important centers, the Center for Indigenous Center and the new Center of Churches, Truth and Reconciliation with Indigenous People at the Faculty of Theology. These are incredibly important institutions, and I understand they'll be talking this afternoon. Thank you. I understand they'll be talking this afternoon. So I welcome everything you do together and include all of us. We have collaborated more closely for the benefit of all. The Oblates have had a history of administering 48 Indian schools in Canada, and yes, it has also true that over 30 years ago, we apologize, and we will continue to apologize for their role in the schools, as well as, I quote, the very existence of the schools themselves. But we urgently need more open and effectively paths towards the inclusion and many diverse players in the construction of new ways, journeying together. This journeying together demands respect and keep in mind, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar and to God what belongs to God. There is a few other things that I'll leave it there, and I'll just go to the end. In summary, whenever I drop in at the Center of Blah to give Jogan work, just down the hall over here in front of the multimedium, I'm always amazed at the beautiful banner that it's inside the office, which I think it should be outside. The banner hanging in there mentions the attention to issues of justice, peace, and integrity of creation is a dimension of all our ministries. That's very powerful. Right here, before I close, Adler, don't pressure me, I have heart problems. I'd like to mention, I request that for a year, we get 10,000 bookmarks with St. Paul's name, and not holy names, and not holy pictures of St. Paul. Just slogans from Laudato Si, the teacher's letter, stuff from St. Paul, things we've done, and distribute this as if it was hot bread, because it will be a gift to the community at large. Also, I think this is a time that St. Paul needs to revamp its dull colors hallways. Make banners. We need to make banners like the one Joe has in the office. and put along these hallways for a whole year to show what we've done, the wisdom that we've created, the impacts we've had, and the future that we have as well. So I plead you to do that, and because if you don't, I will push it. I pray to God that it becomes so. In our oblate commitment to past secondary education, to ministry with indigenous people, and everything we do together. The future of U.S. Paul is as bright as the promises of God. We will do it because it's our mission and vocation. Thank you. Merci. You were very gentle.
Merci beaucoup. Len? Rigo? I was just saying thanks, Len, for his insightful and encouraging comments about the university, and to give us a pathway forward. So that's extremely important. Thank you, Len. We have one more speaker, and then we're going to have a discussion, and then we're going to have lunch. So, our next speaker, je ne vous connais pas, mais c'est Monseigneur Desrochers de Gatineau. Monsieur Desrochers, Monseigneur Desrochers était né à Windsor, Ontario. Il était ordonné à Timmins, c'est correct ça? Il était évêque diocésain à Cornwall, ou Alexandria à Cornwall, c'est un ensemble, c'est une région ensemble. En 2011, il était installé comme archevêque à Gatineau, donc très proche. Il fait beaucoup de services dans la communauté, il fait beaucoup de services à l'Église. Je crois que vous avez un baccalauréat en musique, un baccalauréat en théo, c'est ça? Est-ce qu'il y a un troisième baccalauréat là-dedans? Ah, c'est ça, en éducation. J'avais pensé qu'il y avait un troisième. Donc, c'est quand même quelqu'un qui a passé du temps dans le milieu universitaire. Donc, avec beaucoup de chaleur, nous vous invitons de venir et nous adresser. Bienvenue, Monseigneur Desrochers. Est-ce que vous voulez de l'eau?
Non, je ne pense pas que c'est nécessaire. En français ou en anglais? Both, un peu des deux. Chantal m'a demandé de vous entretenir ou de partager quelques réflexions sur l'Université Saint-Paul dans l'Église. Quel est le rôle, sa contribution à la vie de l'Église? Et j'ai dit, je vais commencer à réfléchir dans ma propre vie, quelle a été la contribution de Saint-Paul pour moi. Et moi, j'étais en train de réfléchir à ça et j'étais étonné puis découragé de me rendre compte que ça fait presque 50 ans que j'ai mis les pieds à l'Université Saint-Paul pour la première fois. Et j'étais étudiant ici. J'ai commencé en 1977 mes études en théologie. J'étais séminariste pour le diocèse de Timmins. Et quand je réfléchis à ce que je suis aujourd'hui comme homme, comme croyant, comme ministre ordonné dans l'Église, comme évêque, je me rends compte que l'Université Saint-Paul a joué un rôle immense dans ma formation, dans ma façon de réfléchir, dans ma façon de comprendre l'Église et le monde. Et comme un de mes amis m'a dit, j'ai l'impression que à ce moment ici, dans l'Église universelle, avec ce que le pape François est en train de faire, avec son ouverture ou sa préoccupation pour des questions comme l'Aisne les a fait ressortir sur des questions de justice sociale, d'écologie, de fraternité universelle et de synodalité dans l'Église, j'ai l'impression que présentement, dans l'Église catholique, on est en train de peut-être mettre en œuvre la vision que l'Université Saint-Paul a inspirée chez moi il y a 40 ans passés. Et je pense que je ne suis pas le seul qui peut dire ça. Je pense que l'Université Saint-Paul a formé plusieurs générations d'hommes et de femmes engagés dans l'Église aujourd'hui qui croient profondément que l'Église doit être engagée dans le monde, ouverte sur le monde, en dialogue avec le monde, que l'Église doit être un catalyseur de renouvellement dans tellement de sphères. Len en a nommé plusieurs. Mais je pense que cet engagement face au monde est caractéristique de ce que l'Université Saint-Paul a été et est appelée à continuer à être dans les années à venir. L'Université Saint-Paul est tellement liée à ce que je suis, même comme évêque, qu'il faut que je vous dise que la croix pectorale que je porte depuis le jour de ma nomination, c'est une croix qui a été retrouvée dans la salle de chauffage de l'Université Saint-Paul. Le jour de ma nomination, c'était le frère Henri qui était responsable de l'entretien, qui est venu me voir et m'a dit « On a cette croix pectorale, on n'a aucune idée d'où ça vient. C'est probablement un ancien évêque au bloc qui l'a oublié quand il était de passage. On ne sait pas quoi faire avec. Voudrais-tu l'avoir? » J'ai dit « Absolument. » Puis je vois cette croix qui a de l'air vraiment avoir été poquée, marquée, on pourrait dire presque cicatrisée par des aventures. J'ai aucune idée c'était quoi, mais je suis très fier de la porter. Et ça me rappelle mes racines ici à l'Université Saint-Paul. I'd like to think or to reflect on the role of St. Paul University within the body of the Church, of the Catholic Church, along the line of the three themes that the Pope has invited us to explore as we're learning to be more and more a synodal church. And those three themes are communion, participation, and mission. And first of all, communion. And I find that St. Paul University is indeed a place of communion. I experienced that as a student, first of all, the deep sense of fraternity that were among that existed among the students. It's not a big university, so it's easier to develop that. But the sense that there are some common values, some common ideals that gather these students in this one place. So I experienced this as a student, first of all. But after my graduation, and as I was invited to participate, I taught a few courses here. I was involved in various symposia, colloquia, invited to participate in some working groups. And what struck me was the communion that there is in the staff, the teachers, the personnel, or at least that sense that we're here for a common purpose. And I think that's remarkable because, as Len says, the world tends to make us work in silos. And it's important to bring us back to the roots of the mission, of the common mission of this university. And I've seen so many examples of that kind of communion, but I'd just like to underline one. That was an initiative that Chantal had started a couple of years ago before the pandemic, and I guess the pandemic kind of put a halt to it. But she called together an interdisciplinary group to reflect on the issue of sexual abuse in the church. And we gathered here. I was invited to be part of that gathering, but you know, somebody from canon law, somebody from theology, somebody from social sciences, from the pastoral counseling program, somebody from the community. You know, the people from various spheres of specialization and of life context coming together at this university. It's the only place that this happened. And I think we need to continue working on those kinds of interdisciplinary reflection. I'm one of the I've been reading the synthesis report from the Synod and the close to 100 propositions for action for the next year. One of them calls for a combined work of theologians and canonists to reflect on synodal principles in the church and how they can be implemented. And I know that here at St. Paul's people from St. Paul's have been involved in the Peter and Paul Seminar, which has been working on these issues for a number of years. And this seminar has been set up by one of the graduates of St. Paul University, Dr. Miriam Wyans, who is now one of the specialists at the Synod. I think these are fruits of that communion, of that interdisciplinarity that is part of St. Paul University, and I think needs to be developed and focused on more. And that communion is broad because there's the whole ecumenical dimension that has been part of St. Paul's University that I think is a gift. And again, at the recent Synod, the ecumenical dimension of the gift of synodality has been brought forward. And there are a number of avenues of action that are being proposed to continue journeying in this direction. I think we need to be broadening that. Communion. And I think within communion in the church, what is so important is the partnership between ordained ministry and the non-ordained and new forms of non-ordained ministry. This university has been at the forefront of trying to develop that. And right now we're seeing the fruits of that in some of the calls to action, I guess we could call them, from the Synod on these issues. And at the same time, there are calls to, yes, so this whole aspect of communion, I think, is a gift that St. Paul brings to the church and needs to be continued. And I would stress also the communion beyond the linguistic barrier of French and English. It's at the heart of what St. Paul is. And I think that has to remain and it has to be strengthened, in the sense that this is one of the few places where the Anglophone, Anglo-American tradition, and through the French, the continental tradition of reflection in the church actually meet and are in dialogue. I remember meeting students who studied theology in English, who had no idea of the richness of the French tradition. And I would meet students who were studying in French, for example, at Laval, who were ignorant of everything that's coming from the Anglo-American tradition. And that, I think St. Paul brings that together. That also is part of communion. And finally, I would add the openness of St. Paul University to students, international students. This place has been a center of formation now for a number of decades for people who are involved in the church's mission that come from other countries, and has been a gift to those other countries. I think that international dimension needs to be strengthened, needs to be fostered. We need to be working that way. And particularly through the use now of the internet and electronic means of communication. So much outreach is now possible. So, communion. Secondly, participation. And this is the formation of people who can be involved in the church's communion and the church's mission. À ce niveau-là, je pense que l'Université Saint-Paul a une histoire remarquable de formation d'hommes et de femmes laïcs impliqués et engagés dans l'Église. Je pense aux instituts de liturgie, aux instituts de catéchèse, aux cours de formation, je pense aux initiatives en justice sociale. Toutes ces initiatives-là ont formé des hommes et des femmes qui aujourd'hui sont des piliers des communautés chrétiennes et qui ont une vision d'une Église engagée dans le monde. Ça, il me semble que ça fait partie de l'ADN de Saint Paul et ça doit continuer de former des hommes et des femmes qui soient capables de vraiment prendre leur part, de participer pleinement à la mission de l'Église est essentielle. On vient de me dire que mon temps achève. Alors, la troisième, c'est la mission. Et la mission, Len en a beaucoup parlé. Mais récemment, j'ai été nommé au Conseil pontifical. J'étais membre du Conseil pontifical de la culture depuis 10 ans. Je pense que c'est à cause de mon background en musique que j'ai été nommé à ce conseil-là. Mais là, le dicaster, le Conseil pontifical de la culture a été uni au Conseil pontifical de l'éducation catholique pour former un seul dicaster, le dicaster culture et éducation. Et à ma grande surprise, j'ai été renommé pour un troisième 5 ans. Habituellement, c'est deux quinquennats, c'est fini, mais j'ai été nommé pour un troisième. Écoutez, ça ne veut pas dire grand-chose, ça veut dire à chaque 2 années, ils nous convoquent à Rome pour une plénière. Bon, OK. Mais j'ai regardé la liste des membres, puis j'ai vu que presque tout le monde sur cette liste-là vient du monde universitaire. C'est beaucoup, beaucoup de gens qui sont impliqués dans les questions de l'éducation catholique, surtout universitaire. Et il y a quelques personnes qui viennent du monde de la culture. Ça va être intéressant de voir la dynamique. Mais moi, je dirais que dans la mission de l'Église, le dialogue avec le monde, et le dialogue avec le monde, ça veut quoi dire? Ça veut dire le dialogue avec la culture de ce monde, doit être prioritaire. L'université, je pense, c'est un lieu où la foi peut dialoguer avec la culture. Et j'aimerais donc voir cette université devenir encore plus profondément un lieu d'engagement avec la culture contemporaine, pour être capable d'inviter croyants et non-croyants de tout horizon dans des dialogues, dans des échanges qui pourraient vraiment enrichir les deux parties, on pourrait dire. Et de former des hommes et des femmes qui sont des agents de transformation de la culture à partir de convictions évangéliques, pour moi, ça serait une mission remarquable. Voilà. Participation, communion, mission. Il me semble que c'est 3 bons titres pour réfléchir sur le rôle de l'Université Saint-Paul dans l'Église d'aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Monseigneur Desrochers, pour les sagesses, pour les pistes à l'avenir. C'est vraiment très... Mais c'est nos pistes. Je crois que c'est très bien. So we have about 20 minutes to talk together. I was asked to do a small summary, so I'm going to do a brief summary, and then it's open to conversation, questions, and other comments. So I just want to begin by saying Eugene gave us this history, some snippets of the history, and one of them that he mentioned were these waves of transformation that have happened, and I think we really need to reflect on what are the waves of transformation that have happened both in the ecclesial realm but in the realms of education, because this is what we are responding to at St. Paul. And as mentioned, I have been here a very long time and seen many of these waves of transformation. The St. Paul, I just want to say a couple of comments from the speakers, but also where the university is today. So I will be very brief. But we are very rooted in the Catholic intellectual tradition. So A lot of people are not particularly familiar with the breadth and the depth and the scope of the Catholic intellectual tradition, but it is a very rich tradition that has always been in dialogue with the world. It has always been in dialogue with science, with whatever is happening culturally, what is happening with religious traditions around the world. So the Catholic intellectual tradition is far broader than the ecclesial realm. And we as a university sit in this broad, deep, and rich Catholic intellectual tradition, which of course is much bigger than theology. It includes the social sciences, as mentioned Eugene. I want to say one thing about Chantal because her name came up in every speaker. I think we do owe Chantal a great deal of gratitude because she has been part of the most recent waves of the university. So, and to navigate these new waves, I'm in awe of Chantal's ability to navigate the waves. I just want to say what's happened at St. Paul under Chantal's leadership. We've always had a focus on ethics, as mentioned Len, but our ethics are every school in the university, so we call them schools here rather than departments. But whether it's theology, canon law, conflict studies, philosophy, social communication, all of them at their heart have social ethics. All of them at their heart have social justice. Chantal has also been part of bringing programs in leadership and social innovation to the university. These are really interesting programs. Transformative education, so Eugene mentioned internships or practicums. So Chantal has encouraged most of the schools, if they are able to do internships, which are really important. Transformative education styles, and most recently, because of Laudato Si and Laudato Deum, we are developing ecological programs. We now have a school called Leadership, Ecology, and Equity, as Len said, which has an MA and a BA focused on ecology, integral ecology. And I just want to take a moment to thank Chantal for navigating us through all of these waves and creative initiatives that have taken place in this most recent wave of change. So personally, thank you, Chantal. You can imagine, I mean, universities are full of extremely opinionated people, and to be opinionated but also talk a lot, so it's not an easy task. And the last thing I want to say is we have extraordinary programs here. It's a little niche university, but we have extraordinary, creative, interesting programs. In my opinion, we have excellent professors. As Eugene said, 50 years ago, it was theology. Now we are predominantly social sciences. The professors, who are professors at St. Paul, come from all walks of life. Our students, the minority of our students are Catholic. The majority of our students are from different countries in the world, different backgrounds, different interests. We have an extremely multidisciplinary set of professors with multidisciplinary programs, multicultural students. So I think although we're small and not well known, we have an enormous richesse à l'intérieur de l'université. So just to say, this is where we are today, and I'm assuming we will go in this direction of broad intellectual traditions, interesting schools, and we do have a focus on Laudato Si and Laudato Deum, or integral ecology, which we are trying to bring into many of our programs, and we have a dedicated department now just for that with those programs. So that's where we are. The floor is open if you have comments or questions or anything you'd like to add to the conversation. That has been, we can't cover 175 years in a couple of hours, but some of you have had experience here. You have experience elsewhere, which maybe you would like to mention anything. Any questions about the university? Des questions?
Check 1, 2. Check. Check.
Et puis, c'est Nemeka Ali qui va être notre modérateur pour la session de cet après-midi, qui va tourner autour de ce qu'on a appelé l'espace autochtone. So, Nemeka Ali will moderate a session about indigenous space.
Kwei. C'est un plaisir de se retrouver après ce temps que nous avons eu le matin. L'espace autochtone, comme Chantal vient de le dire, c'est un espace sacré, c'est un endroit où on est en cercle, même si on n'est pas vraiment, même si le cercle n'est pas complet, mais dans notre cœur, l'idée c'est d'être en cercle. Et donc c'est un endroit où on essaie de prendre la parole pour dire la vérité, mais avec amour. Et donc, ce sera vraiment un moment de partage de ce qu'on ressent, de ce qu'on vit et de ce qu'on dit. L'idée sera de pouvoir, non pas seulement raconter son expérience seule, mais son expérience en fonction de qui on est, d'où on vient et toute sa nation. Et donc, pour cet après-midi, nous aurons plusieurs présentations. Depuis quelques temps, vous le savez bien, l'Université Saint-Paul prend acte de s'engager avec le projet de réconciliation. Ce n'est pas nouveau au fond, mais seulement qu'on le réinvente. Parce que déjà, dans les années 50, autour de 59, l'anthropologica, qui était vraiment basée ici, avait fait beaucoup de recherches sur les langues, la question autochtone. On en a publié autant de livres, de recherches dans cet espace sur la question autochtone. Aujourd'hui, ça continue à partir, c'était parti d'ici pour aller à Laurentine, et finalement, je pense que c'est dans une université de Victoria. Et c'est ici que ça a commencé. Et donc, ce n'est pas un sujet qui nous est neuf, ce n'est pas un sujet où on n'est pas à l'aise, mais juste qu'avec la conscientisation au Canada, on se rend compte que le sujet était seulement, on parlait des Autochtones, mais les Autochtones n'étaient pas là dans le siècle. L'idée aujourd'hui, la nouveauté, c'est que, comme je connais une qui le dit souvent, et à juste titre, jamais pour nous sans nous. Donc aujourd'hui, l'idée, c'est de parler avec, de discuter ensemble. Et ce qu'on demanderait, c'est d'avoir un cœur qui écoute. L'écoute avec compassion. C'est-à-dire, deux fois, ça veut venir nous chercher. Mais être attentive à des mots, à des gestes, mais surtout savoir qu'on est dans on entre dans un autre univers, dans notre manière, vision du monde. Et justement, c'est d'accueillir cette vision du monde qui sera ce qui nous fera beaucoup de bien. Et donc, nous aurons 4 présentations. Première présentation se fera par Sheila. Ensuite, après cela, il y aura la présentation faite par Georgette, Michel, et moi, je ne suis vraiment pas bon en nom, Marie-Louise. Et donc, chacun doit apporter quelque chose de nouveau. Il y aura vraiment des nouveautés dans chacun chaque chose qui se dira ici. Sheila parlerait de l'engagement comme université, ce que l'université fait, ce que nous faisons comme université. Elle l'apporte avec tout ce qu'elle connaît. Elle est religieuse, mais elle a eu à travailler dans des communautés autochtones, enseigner dans des communautés autochtones pour des années. Aujourd'hui, elle se charge de la question de réconciliation. Donc, l'Église et la réconciliation, c'est un cours qu'elle donne. Et donc, aujourd'hui, elle va prendre la parole pour parler de ce qu'elle fait, sa vision, mais aussi la vision de la théologie, parce qu'elle fait partie du groupe, si vous voulez, de la faculté de la théologie. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait comme école? Ensuite, quand les autres parleront, on va prendre le temps de parler de comment est-ce qu'ils vont progresser. Et donc, nous inviterons Sheila de venir pour nous parler de ce que c'est fait au niveau de la théologie, mais surtout à partir de son propre expérience. Bienvenue.
Thank you, Namaka. So we're speaking about Indigenous spaces, and here I am, a settler, having the first word. So I'd like to just acknowledge once again the prayer of this morning and thank Marie-Louise for that beautiful prayer to get us off in a good way this morning. I'd also like to just remind us all where we do our work here at the university on unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory, and to thank the people for looking after this land and the waters in this place for us, in the past, the present, and in the future. So my name is Sheila Smith. I'm a half-time professor here at the university. I work in the area of the churches, truth, and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And what I bring to that conversation is 10 years of lived experience working in band run schools in British Columbia with the Chilcotin and the Lil'wat people. And that experience of living with them, working with them, has changed my life profoundly. I also work with a group of Ojibwe grandmothers here in Ontario. They're up in the Bawating, Sault Ste. Marie area. And in fact, today and tomorrow, they will be having some ceremonies for remembering the dead, especially those who have died by suicide, so we can remember them in our hearts as they do that work up there. I'm the carrier of their talking stick for a few years. I worked at the United Nations for a number of years before coming back to St. Paul University, which is where I received my PhD. And when I was at the UN representing my congregation, the Society of the Sacred Heart, the grandmothers asked me to bring this talking stick there, and so I did that, and several of them came as well to present in that place. So I now find myself at this center on the Church's Truth and Reconciliation with Indigenous Peoples, which is in the Faculty of Theology here at St. Paul University. So I want to talk about a few things, about the context in which we find ourselves beginning this center. It's in evolution. It's been in existence since the academic year 2021-22. So we're kind of completing the second year, starting the third year. I'd like to say a couple of words about the vision, about our public activities, about publications and courses, and then about partnerships. So first of all, the context of this center. It was established after the Truth and Reconciliation Commission here in Canada, which came out in 2015 with the 94 calls to action. And a couple of those calls to action were directed at the churches and faith-based organizations, and some of those calls were directed at educational institutions. So the center focuses on 3 of those calls in particular, not leaving out others, but the 3 focused ones are call number 48, which is inviting the churches and faith-based communities to use the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as a framework for reconciliation. The other calls are 59 and 60, which are specifically to educational institutions, especially related to any of the entities that were involved in the settlement for the reconciliation, for truth and reconciliation. So those calls have to do with summoning theological institutions to learn about their church's role in colonization. That's call to action number, that's 48. 59 is to educate students to prevent future spiritual violence, and 60 to work for reconciliation. So that's the context of the formation of the center, and we also find ourselves in the context of things like all the social realities that we deal with in our country that have been inflicted upon Indigenous peoples, like missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, the discovery of the unmarked graves, the healthcare system, especially as it relates to children, the 60s scoop, all of this is the context in which we have this center. So St. Paul University and its founders, the Missionary Oblates of Mary Immaculate, are among the many organizations, Catholic organizations, that committed to responding to the TRC's call to action. And as Nemeka has mentioned, over the years, St. Paul University has implemented several educational initiatives in this regard, and so this center is one of those. So a lot of academic institutions have done work at Canadian universities on decolonization and rethinking the relationship of the institutional churches and religious organizations with Indigenous peoples. But very little of that work has been done at theological institutions. And in fact, the Catholic voice has been particularly absent. So that's one of the gaps that we're hoping to fill. There has been I don't know if I could say significant, but there has been more work than the Catholic Church has done in the United Church and the Anglican Church, the Lutheran Church, the Mennonite Church in Canada. So we're trying to elevate what are the Catholic resources, the Catholic voice that can be brought to that conversation. So that's part of the work of the center. And so the focus of the center in its initial stage, which we are still in, is the Canadian context. Truth and reconciliation, of course, is a worldwide need. The intention is to expand that focus to the Americas and the Caribbean, given the shared history of conquest. But at the moment, the focus is on the Canadian context. So the vision, this is my second point, the vision of the center is really to create an academic space that supports the work of initiatives such as conferences, dialogue encounters, lectures, research projects, all the academic work that a university does, to provide that space for scholarship and mentorship. So to support the theologians and scholars in other faculties, and also our students. And just as an aside, I would say that, as many others have mentioned, critical thinking is so important today. And it's important for the work of transformation. And the work of transformation is important for reconciliation. And so, in my opinion, we are very far from reconciliation, because there's so much work of critical thinking and transformation that has to happen at personal and social levels. We had an event here not long ago, on the 14th of October, and that event really highlighted the need, in my opinion, for the work, especially of the settler community in Canada, to do its work of transformation, which involves critical thinking. There's so much of, we have been socialized in our culture to not recognize the inherent colonial thinking in not only in our institutions, but in our own beings. So this is part of the work, as I see it, of this center, is to help students, and anywhere we go, presentations we're invited to help people to begin to open up to the dis-ease of critical thinking. I like to say that as settlers, we have a great affliction of domination, and we have to work at its transformation. So there is a lot of work to do there. So part of the way we do that is through participation in public activities. There have been a number of presentations, panels that we have participated in. In the spring, Michelle Andreos, the Dean of Theology, facilitated a panel, Indigenous and non-Indigenous scholars, of which I was a part, on reflecting on Pope Francis's visit, what's next. There was another panel that was in March. In April, there was a panel of theological people, was in collaboration with the Centre Oblat, thinking on the doctrine of discovery, Indigenous and non-Indigenous scholars. So there have been a number of initiatives in that sphere that we have gone out to give presentations or hosted, mostly online events. Publications, we are, the launch of the first book happened last fall, a collaboration with Novalis, and a series of books that will be coming out of the center on new ways forward, new pathways in Indigenous relations, church Indigenous relations. And a number of courses. There was a summer course in the academic year 21-22 on the historical reality and some of the church resources for thinking through reconciliation. I offered a course last year on the UN Declaration, the TRC Call to Action number 48, which relates to the UN Declaration as a framework for reconciliation in the church. That course will be offered again this year. There was a group of elders who gave a retreat to our students in the spring of 22, I think. Kendasuan, The Way We Learn. And there's a new course in development on reconciliation, a theology of transformation, that will be hopefully a partnership with the group Returning to Spirit. Partnerships, I'll just name a few of the partnerships. Part of the vision is to partner with other schools or faculties of the university and other initiatives of the university, the Indigenous Center, so that these are all things that are in evolution. Some of them have been achieved in part, others have not. So that's part of the partnerships. The Novalis Partnership, Centre Oblat, Cattery Native Ministry, the Fraser Center at Regis College, St. Thomas University out in Saskatchewan, and a number of other initiatives. So I think I'm going to leave it at that. And thank you very much for your attention and for your support of the center. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those who have the program, you know, I did a switch. I switched over the program. Yeah. Maybe it was intentional. Because the first person that was to speak was the director. But I felt it might be good to kind of have an idea, put the leg inside what we are talking about. So that when she talks about her engagement, it will not be just an open statement, because we already see it being developed. So now, the next person who will speak now will be the director, who's going to talk about her own engagement. Already, we said from the beginning, there are so many things going on within the university. But one of the things that we wouldn't forget about her time as the director of this university is her engagement with the question, with Indigenous question. It has been very, very obvious, and she has been very outspoken about it. She also engaged in so many other areas, not just in this very area, because she engaged with other universities, with the army, and other places within the country. And one of the things she has always done is to make sure that the question of Indigenous question and reconciliation is always put at the table. So it's a time to come and tell us in her own words, how does and why does she go about doing that? Thank you.
I'm glad that we opened by saying that there was already a lot going on and for a very long time here at St. Paul University. And I want to recognize the contribution in particular of Achille Pilman, who passed away recently. Achille Pilman, Oblate theologian, who started years ago, decades ago, what we now call decolonization of theology, which is not a small feat. But he is a brilliant man, and I think we were very fortunate to have him here at St. Paul University. I want to talk about, what I wanted to talk about has been talked about. So I'm going to talk about something else. I want to talk about where I come from. I come from Abitibi-Témiscamingue, which is northwest of the province of Quebec, what we call the province of Quebec, which is Anishinaabe Algonquin territory, and and also north. I had relatives in the north. The Cree are there in north. So I grew up where we had Indigenous peoples coming to town in Noranda, in Val-d'Or, and it was something that we encountered at a very early age. What I encountered and what I experienced was something that was not very good, and it actually, I think, now that I look back upon it, I think it forged in me a desire for justice. So I'm going to tell a story, and I'm not going to give all the details, but I was with a relative. We were shopping. I must have been about 10 years old, 9 or 10 years old. And there was a bin, 50% off. And so there was people around the bin trying to get all the goodies. And there was an indigenous woman and my relative fighting for the same piece. And my relative, my aunt, as a matter of fact, said something very derogatory to the woman, identifying her as an indigenous woman. And I will save you the words that she used. What I remember is the look on the lady's face and my shock and shame. I was shocked, and sometimes when something shocking happens, you just freeze. And I fled. I hid in a coat rack because I was overcome by shame. And I'll never forget that. And I think that it has something to do with my involvement and my desire to help out in any way I can. And a recent story that something shifted in me is that I was shopping again. And you're going to think I'm shopping all the time, but I was shopping at the Rideau Center, and there was a couple from, I believe it was Barriere Lake, and they were shopping, and the lady was asking them for some information. She was asking at the cash, she was asking them for a postal code. And she was asking them in English, and they spoke French. And so the lady was getting very impatient with them. And so I said, they're looking for your postal code. And so they gave a postal code. And the lady said, no, that's not the good postal code. And I'm thinking they should know about their own postal code. Anyway, so there was this argument and whatnot. And I said to them, this is what's happening. She's not happy about your postal code. And they said, well, we don't have a postal code. There's one for the community. We don't have a postal code address in our community. So I said that to the lady. I said, there's a band council. There's probably a central address, and that's what you can use for your, I think it was to give them the famous discount we call in our colonized way. And so the lady would not budge. She wanted their personal, and I said to her, listen, that's enough. These people are giving you a postal code. I'm telling you that this isn't the way it works, and get over yourself and do it. Whatever, I was trying to remain polite. But finally she gave in, and then somebody beside me went like this and went, I'm glad you said something. So I'm not saying I was a hero, but what I'm saying is that day I didn't flee. I didn't hide in the coat rack. I decided to speak up the best I could. I probably was very inexperienced in the way I did it, and perhaps even inadequate, but I did something. And that's how I know something shifted in me, that I'm not going to run away anymore, and I'm going to speak up. So I think this is part of my experience here at St. Paul University. There's already something going on, and I felt there was the Universities Canada statement about calls to action for universities, education, and I thought we are a Catholic institution, we are an oblate institution. This puts us in a very unique position to start the conversation, not about reconciliation, but a conversation, point à la ligne. We didn't have the space for that, so we created a space that we now call the Indigenous Center. It will have a name very soon because the community is going to give it a name when it feels that the time is right. So that space is a beginning. You open up a space and then conversations will take place, and hopefully openness to each other will take place, and humble attitude will take place, which is something that may not happen as frequently as possible in a university. So humble attitude towards what the others know about life. And also, so we went out and we fundraised for this initiative, and we were very fortunate. The Oblates made a very important contribution. The Sisters of St. Anne's, and also the Presentation Sisters and Mercy Sisters, and the Anglican community as well. So the center is now part of a community effort, and people are paying attention to what is happening in the center. Like Georgette says sometimes, there are eyes on the center from many places, because this is an experiment. And I remember way back when I was a dean of philosophy, le Conseil en éducation des Premières Nations du Québec knocked on our door. They wanted to offer a university program in leadership, First Nations leadership. They had knocked on many other doors to offer that program, and none of the universities wanted to accept their content. And I was able to retrieve the brochure. It's lying somewhere in a dead space in the website. I found it. And I got the letter and I said, we should do this. We should open the doors. We should accredit what they're doing. The work was extraordinary. We finally had a conversation with the rector, Father Schlitt, and he said, well, if you think we should do this, let's do it. And we did it. We worked in partnership with the Conseil en éducation des Premières Nations, and the idea was to support them in their desire to have their own institution at some point, their own university, their own college. And we built some friendships around this initiative that are still ongoing. And CUNA probably emerges out of that, those early conversations. And I remember having a conversation with, I was working closely with, I don't know if I can mention his name. Is it appropriate for me to mention his name? Yes? Okay. So Gilbert White Duck, he's from Kitigan-Zibi. And he was identified by the community to be the rep for this initiative. And he made me realize how groundbreaking, how important this initiative was, and how sensitive it was. And I didn't know. I just thought, okay, well, we'll do a program. It's a good program. We'll just code it, and then we'll offer it in my naivete. But he shared with me his own experience and the violence that he had been subject to. And he had also a story about religious and priests and possibly oblates. And for him, he was sharing how painful it was to be here, and at the same time, how he was open to engaging in this partnership. And I was very touched by that, because this is something that I see every day when I meet with Indigenous peoples, and especially here at the center, that every day is a new day, like Marie-Louise said this morning, and we have a painful story, the settler Indigenous peoples. We have a story of violence, of disrespectful relationship, and that story doesn't need to go on anymore. And it resides upon us to start a new story. And what I appreciate is the openness, the genuineness, and the humility of the indigenous peoples who, after years and years and years of abuse, are here and saying, we are ready to talk. If we're ready to talk if you're there. And for me, I'm very touched by that, because part of me thinks if I had been in your shoes, I would have said, I won't say what I would have said, but I would have said, tough, I don't want you anymore. We'll just go on our own ways. But they're ready, and they're ready for the conversation. So that's what I wanted to share. There's lots of other stories to share, but I think it's better to have Marie-Louise and Misel and Georgette share their own stories. And I would like to thank the community and for journeying along this pathway, for agreeing to create courses and research centers. And I think our professorial team is very much engaged in our staff as well. More needs to be done. I'm very well aware of that. But in due time, things will unfold, as Misel and Marie-Louise often tell me. Small steps. So thank you, and thank you to the Oblates for supporting this initiative. And I know that for the Oblates as well, it's also a painful story, but you're part as well in the hopeful, you're part of the hopeful story as well by making that investment. So thank you, and on to you.
Storytelling is like weaving a basket. You start from the beginning using different materials. And at the end, you have something that is big and can carry other things. So already the story has started, and we're going to continue. Actually, we're going to hear from 3 people who will tell us a story, one story, but in 3 moments. The story of what had been there, the story of the treaties that were not honored, moments of confidence that were broken, and friendship that people abused. But also, story of what is happening today. Where are we today? What do we see that is going on? But also the story of where do we think? So it's really a story of the past, present, and the future. And they will be told by 3 people that we have here. So the first person, among them you have Marie-Louise, who is, if you want, Georgette will start, but I'm going to present the 3 first. Yeah, so I want to present you one so that just you keep on, so I won't need to break the story along the line. So Marie-Louise is, comes from Saskatchewan. Elle est une descendante de métis des Rivières Rouges et des premiers arrivants français. Et donc c'est vraiment l'histoire du Canada, métis, c'est l'histoire des autochtones et des arrivants. Et donc, elle est titulaire de diplôme en éducation en Beaux-Arts de l'Université de Saskatchewan et de maîtrise en ethnologie de l'Université de Laval au Québec. Donc, toujours l'histoire de 2 d'amour d'un côté ou de l'autre. Elle mène différentes carrières comme enseignant au secondaire. Donc, she taught in school, visual arts. She's an author, archivist, and worked in different places in libraries with a National Archive of Canada. She was also chief of cabinet of official languages. Actually, she's a guardian of wisdom here at St. Paul University, where she shares her experience, the stories she learns from the family, but also what she has experienced all this while. We also have Misel. Et il va vous dire pourquoi. Donc, Wiesel est née dans un petit village à l'est d'Ontario. Elle a toujours gardé la tête haute. Son histoire, c'est intéressant aussi. Malgré les obstacles. Et donc, elle exprime vraiment sa fierté et son identité et surtout les sacrifices de ses ancêtres. Donc, il est vraiment fier de d'où il vient et tout ce qui se passe aujourd'hui. Il est Mohawk, mais il est aussi Benaki. Donc, vous voyez, c'est sur l'histoire de... Parce qu'il n'y a pas... Des fois, quand on parle des autochtones, on pense que c'est tout un monolithe, mais c'est tout un mélange qui est plus grand que nous. Donc, lui, il est aussi un gardien de savoir. Aujourd'hui, il est retraité, mais il est toujours occupé, en train de prendre son temps parce qu'il prend rarement le pause. He rarely rests because he's always active somewhere or the other, trying to work for the future of the generations to come. As they will hear, they work not for this generation, but 7 generations. So what they are doing today is not for them, but generations to come. And also, he keep working with the works of elders like the Algonquian William Commander and many other ones that ask him to share the story of their people. And we have the coordinator of the center, Georgette White Duck. She's a survival of intergenerational survival of the residential school story and also day school. And because her parents and grandparents and many other people within the family went through the residential school in the 50s, she is the youngest of a family of 5, and she grew up within a small village, Anishinaabe, which is an Algonquian family, of the lac barrière, qui se trouve à 3 heures d'ici, 3 hours drive out of Ottawa. She comes from a traditional Anishinaabe Algonquian family that worked in the midst of the community as teachers, but also as traditional healers. She says that her grandmother, Kokom, received an honorific doctorate from University of Carleton and a medal from the Lieutenant Governor for her works and realizations. She keep doing it, and here since 2002, she has been here as the coordinator of the center that we have been hearing about. So I will give them opportunity to now share with us what they do, the past, the present, but the future. Thank you very much.
We're behind you, Georgette.
So nobody looks. None of Bendish. Of course, it's not going to work when I want to show it. You took too long. Bendish. Good. So, as you said, Donish na bemnen. Migwa chumaka kanawe kumaga bijach. Angacha menandanuma e wamanan. I said my greetings in Algonquin, which I said, thank you everyone for being here. And it's nice for everyone to be here and share. I'd like to thank a special woman who gave me this feather. I wonder who it is. Okay, so I'm supposed to talk about relations and how our wampum belt came to be. where a lot of issues come from when the doctrine of discovery comes about, where all those promises that were made between the English, the French, and the Anishinaabe people of this territory. And the cup that I hold is the tree-figured wampum belt. I'm only supposed to give you a brief teaching of it because it's up to you guys to find out that information. It's not always supposed to be me that's supposed to be reteaching you. If we want to come back to our teachings when it comes to reconciliation, we also have to look at our history. This territory, Turtle Island, we were always here from time immemorial. We never left, my ancestors never left this territory. Our prophecies told us that there are going to be people that are going to be coming here. Respect them, share the knowledge. Because my grandmother always told me, "Kambuntu kenek na magzin, keduis guagni gnishna bem, panmad kegin gna gnas de toi kana." Now I have to translate that because everybody doesn't understand anything. My grandmother, who is Kukum, she was very respectful when it came to everybody's creed, religion, beliefs. She took them in as their own. And she always said, keep on learning, keep on teaching, because one day our people are still going to be hurt again. But you keep on learning and you keep on teaching. I wondered why, because I had, on my grandmother's side, Kukum's side, she had 17 kids and a lot of cousins that came out of it. So roughly I have on first cousins about 200. So, and then on my father's side, count 75. So I'm very close to my family because they're very important. So this, now I knew it was gonna, I was gonna show you a picture that was taken back in the late 50s, 1900s, where the wampum belts were out. Anyways, it doesn't want to work, but I'll show you if you want to look at it after. Is that it? Is my 15 minutes up? Because everybody's on a time limit. I guess for me, as an Indigenous person working at St. Paul's, I think it's a journey, a pathway where even though every time my community of Boyer Lake protests, they always have that word, honor your word. So all I have to end this was, Kintamuad Deshashi, honor your word. Because I grew up with two religions, not one. My spirituality, my traditional spirituality, I thank my grandmother for keeping it hidden from the others. And even though there were some words that hurt other people. I'm not here to hurt anybody. It's time to find our pathways to come together as one, like the belt says. We've seen it, and our stories are never written. Most of those stories that have been written are half-assed. Some of it is untruthful in books that are written about us. I had read and wrote a paper on a Native person where they called us Native women demonic. How can you call me demonic when there's no word for it? And the way I grew up was kanya di manashus non, kanya di dutken. That's not nice. Don't do that. Follow the path that you were supposed to follow, like when we traveled through the birch bark canoe. We always have to keep ourselves balanced, and if we don't, we tip, and then we still have to come back on board. There's many belts that my family holds, my community holds, not just this belt that I'm talking about. That belt, there's too many meanings to this belt, but I'm only giving you a brief understanding of it, because I have to go back and explain it to my people, because I had to ask to come here before I give out my information to share. I wasn't, oh yeah, I'm gonna take that job, kind of thing. No. I'm that person that I was taught to ask my elders before I do anything. And to conclude, the word reconciliation does not exist in my language, because we've been hurt too many times. So we have to find another word of reconciliation, because how many times? 500 years? The next 500 years, or the past 500 years? We have to find that pathway and get on that canoe, chiman, they call, and paddle as one, not two or three, if you want to see us come together. They call that, in my language, Mamwi, we could do that week, working together. And we got you.
Tanchikiwa. We're really modern people. Computer in one hand and a feather in the other. This morning I greeted you in Michif, as I did just now, the language of my ancestors. Also the language of my childhood that I spoke until I stopped speaking it, because I was constantly told, you speak funny, you don't talk right. And that was before I even knew we were Métis, because I was growing up before I found out that we were Métis. My father had kept that information from us, that we were Métis. I also told you that my great-grandfather, Jean-Baptiste Laderoute, was one of those who stood with Riel in the first resistance. in 1869-70 in Manitoba. In other words, in the language of the time I was growing up, we were outlaws. That's good reason to keep your head down. The more I learned about Indigenous history, about the history of the Métis people, my own history, the history of the country, the more I came to understand my father's position for keeping the family origins from us. Dans la langue métis, il existe un terme pour désigner la création de relations. Wakotawin, qui signifie littéralement créer des liens de parenté. Autrement dit, établir des relations réciproques et responsables. Donc, je considère que nous sommes ici réunis pour célébrer le 175e anniversaire de l'Université Saint-Paul, pour se côtoyer, s'écouter, partager des histoires du passé de l'institution et de nos visions de l'avenir. In 2019, on the recommendation of my Métis elders here in Ottawa, I was approached to take on the role of knowledge keeper at the Indigenous Center at St. Paul University. I didn't realize the thing existed. However, it was the last place here, St. Paul University was the last place I ever thought I would come to work. Because one of my father's cousins came here as an oblate to learn and to work in the residential school system to assimilate children. I knew that man. I knew that person. I met him several times. He was a gentle person. He's not somebody who was authoritarian or appeared to be somebody who would lock children in closets and not give them food. But you don't know. There's a quotation from Shakespeare, I think, that says, "Beware he who smiles and smiles, and yet is perhaps a tyrant." So that man sits right here all the time. He sat there while I was deciding whether to come here, and he still sits there. And my decision was that perhaps I was called, actually, to come here and tell the other side of the story of the Indigenous people of Canada and this institution. So that's why I'm here today. L'équipe du centre est là pour soutenir les étudiants autochtones, pour maintenir un espace sûr et accueillant pour eux. Et il est nécessaire que les étudiants disposent d'un lieu sûr et accueillant. Parce que par expérience, ici et maintenant, les universités, y compris l'Université Saint-Paul, ne sont pas des lieux accueillants pour eux. Ils sont loin de chez eux. Beaucoup n'ont pas l'habitude d'habiter en ville, loin de leurs parents. La petite ville d'Ottawa, même pour eux, est une grande ville. Et là, ils sont confrontés à un manque de compréhension de leur vision du monde, à toutes les différentes facettes du racisme émanant du fait qu'ils n'épousent pas les structures mentales, physiques, psychologiques et spirituelles occidentales, coloniales, rigides, ou qu'ils ne sont pas en mesure de fonctionner dans ces structures. Et donc, contrer l'impatience exprimée à leur égard par ceux qui sont ancrés dans l'administration normale des institutions et eux qui viennent de petites communautés isolées se trouvent dans la ville, encore isolée. Et nous sommes là pour leur créer un chez eux, pendant et les encourager à leurs études. Nous soutenons tous les étudiants qui viennent au centre, pas juste les étudiants autochtones. L'Université Saint-Paul accueille un grand nombre d'étudiants étrangers. Eux aussi viennent s'informer sur les cultures, les visions du monde et les perspectives autochtones. Échanger avec nous sur leur expérience de la colonisation dans leur pays d'origine. Et ils la reconnaissent ici aussi. Nous intervenons également dans les classes à l'invitation des professeurs pour faire des présentations sur des sujets ainsi que sur des questions des femmes, comme Chantal l'a mentionné, les femmes autochtones, les sociétés autochtones, et nous participons à des événements pour tous les membres de la communauté de l'Université Saint-Paul. Non seulement les étudiants, mais le personnel enseignant, personnel administratif, et le personnel de soutien. Il n'est pas rare non plus, comme Chantal disait, que nous recevons des demandes de gestionnaires des ministères gouvernementaux qui souhaitent rendre visite chez nous pour savoir ce qu'on fait, comment on fait, pour créer des relations avec des Autochtones. La rectrice a parlé avec forte excellence de la raison d'être de son action ici à l'Université Saint-Paul dans la question des Autochtones et les appels à l'action. Je vous ai parlé de l'expérience des étudiants et leur expérience de l'enseignement supérieur. Indigenous academics are not spared, and many leave their positions because neither they nor the students feel supported. I was going to read you a poem by one of them, but I'm going to give it to Nemeka for anybody who wants to consult it. It's a poem by Cash Hennekew, and it's called Indian Job Description. And it was created, I see some people smiling because you know it already. It was created in 2016, 1 year into the Truth and Reconciliation process. Commissions, hearings, I should say. En dernier, je vais vous parler très brièvement de la question de la réconciliation. Selon ce que nous entendons des communautés autochtones, qu'elles se trouvent ici ou ailleurs au Canada, il est trop tôt pour parler de réconciliation, étant donné que la population majoritaire ou bien ne connaît pas encore suffisamment, ne veut pas regarder, ne peut pas accepter la vérité de la réalité du grand nombre de communautés qui vivent en 2023 des conditions du tiers-monde. Que les personnes se trouvant dans les institutions correctionnelles sont en pourcentage très élevé des Autochtones. Les sans-abri de même. Les personnes disparues et assassinées de même. Les enfants enlevés de leur famille par les services de protection de l'enfance de même. Que faire? We can start by finding a new term to replace non-believers, les non-croyants. We stopped saying pagans, but to trade it for non-believers, is that any better? Everyone has beliefs. We're relatives. We're supposed to respect each other's beliefs. So, your homework. With us, of course. Find an expression to replace non-believer, non-croyant. Several speakers mentioned that the student body, including me, is by now, by majority, made up of foreign students. Do we include them in our events? There's one happening soon to commemorate, remember our loved ones who have died. It is an ecumenical service. What does that mean for foreign students of other faiths, other beliefs? For indigenous peoples' traditional beliefs. Il existe donc, avant d'entamer des actions dites de réconciliation, la nécessité de réapprendre à se connaître dans le respect, l'amour, la patience et surtout l'humilité. De réparer les relations sans essayer de changer, déplacer, comme modifier tous les êtres de la création. Merci, mes coachs. Toutes nos relations.
Quoi? Bonjour. Okay. Good day. Salve. This is one thing that I have done that I never thought that I would be doing this. But I said this meeting is so important, and it is so important to us, that I wrote a phrase in French. And then I went to, because technology, I went to the computer and I asked them to translate that in Latin. The words that I was saying, the computer came out and gave me the phrase. Those are my words. But the computer told me, no, this is what Thomas Aquinas said. Well, today, I don't want to use his word, but the words that I'm going to say are our words. Okay? And I hope I say it properly because I have never spoken Latin before. But for me, it was important. Okay? Parvus ero in principio magnus e in fine. I hope it's pronounced the right way. But these words are important, and they are important to us, because what we're trying to do today could become a mistake in the future. What we have to build today is to work together. The things that we are doing today is not only for the next generation, but we have to think of the 7th generation ahead of us. What we do today has to be good there. We cannot always stay on our mistakes. And what I have learned, I've been here since 2017, and my eyes, my ears,
They told me a whole bunch of story. And then I realized, I said, look, at the beginning when I was here, the problem with residential schools were not announced yet. And then it came out, and the commission came out, and all those things. And I'm sitting there, and I'm hearing all those things, and I'm looking at the people. We have scars. We're hurt for what has happened. But not only us. Everybody is not comfortable with what has happened or the way that we did things in the past. So we know we have to change. We know there's things that we have to work together and bring up. You're celebrating 175 for the university. It happens here at St. Paul University. There was also a fellow called St. Paul. And this guy had a sword. Funny. He put that sword and he changed it. So he made a change. He made a completely change. And what I see in people, you are not comfortable to hear them story. You're not comfortable of talking about it. You're not comfortable of exchanging. But we have to make changes. And to do that, we have to be able to talk to one another. And today I'm not talking to titles. I'm sorry, but it's not what I'm trying to say. I hope I say it right. I'm talking to brothers and sisters. It's easier to talk. In the family, you could tell the other one, look, you did wrong, and we could argue. Yes, it's okay. It's okay to argue. It's okay to have different opinions. But to walk one beside the other is complicated. And what I see in the people are scared of changes. We are scared of those changes. But we have to go further than that. In First Nation, you go close from a reserve, you see 6 people that are drunk. The whole nation, they're drunk. Things has happened, and it's not everybody that has done wrong. It's not true. Okay, so we have to stop. I use always an expression, but we have to stop throwing arrows at everybody and start getting together, okay, and start walking together. We have to be one beside the other, not one over the other. Not one in front, not one in back. Because when I'm in the back of someone, I can't hear him properly. And when I'm in the front, I'm wondering who he's talking to. Okay? So we have to be able to sit and share all those things. There's something here. I never thought I would be here, especially at St. Paul University. The others, they say, no, you've been through that. You can talk. It hurts, but you have to go through it. That's what we're sharing today. And there's 175 years. How about trying to do another one? How about trying to walk and go forward? We can do it. I believe in it. And also, the center that you have visited, there's a yard there, which our dream is to have a healing garden there. And what is a healing garden? It's not only for us, it's for everybody. Everybody has scars. Everybody are hurt from the stories. Everybody are hurt for what happened in the past. We could stay in the past if we wish. St. Paul could have stayed with his sword. He changed. We can all change. And change, it's not scary, believe me. I've been through lots of change, and I'm happy. So what we're fixing today has to be good for the next 7 generations, but we have to be careful because on the way, maybe we'll have to make changes again because we will find out that, maybe we're doing an error. Parves error in principio, magnus est in fine. We are returning to that. And that I will probably pronounce another time because there's lots of things that we have to share. We are talking not only of education, but Mother Earth is changing. We have no choice to change. We're talking about, let's go in French for once. On va parler du côté environnemental. On a quasiment des diplômes, des doctorats dans la nature quand vous arrivez dans les communautés autochtones. Ces gens-là, moi, il y a 40 ans, je savais qu'ils étaient pour avoir un grand feu. Commis William Commanda, qui était le leader spirituel, avait mentionné « Faites attention à ce que vous faites ». Il parle de la même phrase que je viens de vous lire. Il dit, vous coupez les arbres, puis vous ne plantez pas des feuillus. Il y a du gaz là-dedans. C'est que là, ils font des tranchées coupe à blanc, plantent les arbres qui poussent le plus vite parce que ça rapporte des sous. Mais pas de feuillus, moins d'oxygène. Puis une fois que ça flamme, c'est plus arrêtable. Lui, il y a 40 ans, il nous disait, mais que le feu prenne, il n'y a plus personne qui va pouvoir l'arrêter. Et on a eu un beau Canada cette année. Pourtant, ça fait longtemps qu'il dit. Ça fait longtemps qu'il parlait des cours d'eau, qu'il disait, arrêtez, on n'aurait plus rien à boire. Puis effectivement, c'est vrai, parce que regardez, là, je n'ai pas 400 ans, moi, là. Jeune, on avait une ganse avec une tasse après nous. On se promenait, puis dans les rivières, on prenait de l'eau et on buvait. J'aimerais voir qui pourrait faire ça aujourd'hui. On parle d'ici au Canada, là. Voyez-vous toutes les choses qu'on doit toucher, qu'on doit aller du devant, qu'on doit travailler ensemble, qu'on doit partager ensemble? Vous pouvez me conter la pire histoire, je vais vous écouter. Je ne crois pas que je peux entendre de pire. Parce que lors de la commission des témoignages, j'ai eu des gens qui sont venus donner le témoignage en avant. On a 4 générations qui sont blessées par une. L'identité, quand tantôt on m'a présenté, on s'occupe de l'identité, je dis à tout le monde, peu importe qui vous êtes, peu importe de où vous venez, votre identité, gardez toujours ça où vous venez, puis regardez où vous êtes aujourd'hui. On ne peut pas enlever notre identité. On ne peut pas enlever ça à l'intérieur de nous autres, on nous enlève un morceau d'esprit. Est-ce qu'on peut marcher les deux? Oui, on peut marcher les deux. C'est simple de marcher les deux. Moi, j'ai été baptisé, je suis catholique, non pratiquant à cause de ce qui s'est passé. Mon épouse, elle est catholique, elle pratique, mes enfants sont baptisés, mes petits-enfants sont baptisés, puis là, bientôt, ça va être l'arrière-petit-enfant. Ça nous fait vieillir. Okay? Mais par contre, je recommencerai avec mon épouse, puis pourtant, elle a toujours sa croix avec elle, puis tout ça. Puis c'est correct. Ça lui fait du bien. Elle est bien, là. Moi, je pratique mes façons, ma spiritualité, puis je suis bien. Puis il n'y a pas personne qui m'empêche, mais je peux m'asseoir avec. Je couche avec aussi. Donc, on est bien, puis oui, c'est possible de faire ces choses-là. Oui, on a du travail à faire. Oui, le mot réconciliation n'est pas pour demain. Maintenant, quand on dit décolonisation, OK, s'il vous plaît, les gens veulent bien faire. Puis on le sait que tout le monde veut bien faire, veut se sortir de cette situation-là, puis ils font du travail pour finir. Puis là, tout le monde sont prêts, là, puis ils veulent travailler sur la réconciliation. Attention. Parvos ero in principio. Magnus est in fine. C'est ça, il faut faire attention. Parce que ce n'est pas de la décolonisation seulement. Il faut s'assurer de ne pas faire de la recolonisation. Parce que c'est ça qu'on voit qui arrive. Ce n'est pas de méchanceté que les gens arrivent avec des changements puis qui arrivent avec des idées. Mais les communautés autochtones, ici, sur le territoire algonquin, on a une façon de faire. On suit les étoiles. Toutes nos cérémonies, on suit les étoiles. Quand on va à d'autres communautés autochtones à l'extérieur, eux, ils suivent la terre, admettons. Parce que des choses que vous ne savez pas encore, beaucoup de choses à apprendre. Lui, il suit la terre, counterclock. C'est parce que déjà, on disait clockwise puis counterclockwise, mais tout le monde a des choses digitales à cette heure ou des téléphones, on ne sait plus ce quel bord le dire. Donc, nous, on suit les étoiles dans nos cérémonies. Eux, ils suivent la terre dans leurs cérémonies. Quand on rend visite chez eux, on respecte le territoire qui est là. Ça fait que tous les changements qu'on amène. Puis là, l'autre après, il suit les étoiles. Puis l'autre après, vous allez à le Sioux, et Lakota dans le South Dakota. Puis eux, ils suivent les étoiles, puis juste les Lakota, juste avant, eux, ils suivent la terre. Il y a une raison pourquoi que ces cérémonies-là sont faites de cette façon-là. Et pourquoi? C'est pour avoir un équilibre. C'est qu'à chaque fois qu'on va en quelque part, ce qu'on fait ici sur le territoire algonquin, on doit respecter le territoire algonquin. Si on va avec les Ojibwe ou on va avec les Mohawks, on suit leur façon à eux. On se respecte mutuellement entre nous autres, entre vous autres. C'est que, voyez-vous, c'est important pour moi de parler aujourd'hui. Puis on le sait qu'on est limité en temps. Mais moi, je pourrais vous tenir ici de 5 heures. OK? Mais c'est pas ça qui est le but. Le but, c'est qu'on ait la chance de s'entendre, de s'écouter, puis de ne pas avoir peur de se parler, même si ça fait mal. C'est pas important. Ça fait mal, mais il faut l'entendre pour pouvoir corriger. Comment peut-on corriger quelque chose si on ne sait pas ce qui se passe? C'est ça qu'on voulait signer. Les peuples autochtones sont prêts, si les gens sont prêts. Mais, vous avez remarqué, parce que moi, j'ai toujours les yeux ouverts, je regarde les gens, puis on fait tous ça. Tout le monde, on fait ça. Oui. On veut tout réconcilier, on veut tout organiser, on veut tout faire les choses, oui. On va pogner torticolis si on ne fait pas d'autre chose. OK? On doit avoir de l'action à des recommandations pour la réconciliation. On doit faire des gestes sur les deux côtés. On doit s'échanger ces deux côtés. C'est ça qu'on vient vous dire. C'est ça qu'on doit faire attention. Puis j'espère que, moi je le sais parce que c'est moi qui ai écrit la phrase, c'est ma phrase, et non la celle de Thomas. C'est que je vous remercie de vos oreilles, de m'avoir donné la chance de parler, de devoir comprendre aussi l'importance du centre autochtone à cet endroit ici. Et moi, dans ma vision, Saint-Paul réussit, vous allez réussir partout. Je suis convaincu. Miigwech.
c'est à moi. Merci beaucoup pour ce temps de partage. Vous savez, l'histoire, comme je dis, l'histoire, c'est comme un panier. On commence et puis ça continue à évoluer. Et je pense qu'on a déjà construit une partie de ce panier. La question, c'est qu'est-ce qu'on va mettre à l'intérieur? C'est bon, qu'est-ce que nous allons mettre à l'intérieur? So thank you very much. And we have listened to the story. And because when someone tells a good story, you don't repeat it. You can't comment it because whatever you say will be kind of watering it down. So I'm not going to say anything about what they said. But I'm going to say what I hear or what I heard. I think we are telling the same story from Manning. The same story, of where we are coming from, where we are going, and why we are together. I think that's what has been the center of everything we have been doing today. What has been 175 years of a story, of a group, of a college that started somewhere that is today bigger than all of us. But what is interesting is even though St. Paul keep opening the door to many people and to many disciplines and to many opportunities, the same story of trying to see if we can help people to live well and live freely, keep growing. The new thing you brought today is that for a long time, a part of this history of being together, of working together in this territory, has been neglected. And I'm sure those who did it at the point where, in one way or the other, thought they were doing the right thing. That's human being. You do one thing, you are believing in an action or in a creed, and you move forward, going, thinking, I'm doing the right thing. But as we keep going on, we learn we are wrong, and we get back to it. So what you are telling us today is we can work together. And it's not for you to teach us what to say or what to do, because the Wampum Belt wasn't just a story of your people, but a story of the whole people within this land. So, and you know the story, you know the history. So it's now remain for the others to go and look for their own part of the history. That's all we have been saying. And I believe that so far, so good. It's not yet perfect, but things are going on. So I thank everybody, and I thank you. We can't thank you enough. So, because time is going on, as I wanted to say initially, they are the gardiens de savoir, mais moi je suis gardien de temps, sauf que je n'ai pas pu garder le temps. And we're going to take one or two questions or reaction. And, Sheila is my professor. So sometimes I don't really comment whatever she says, but her presentation was something interesting. And to introduce you.
Just to say a few words of thanks to everyone for being here today and celebrating with us and also sharing different stories. I think it was, one could feel the authenticity of the presence here. And I think this is a rare gift nowadays. So thank you for everyone who shared their own perspective about St. Paul University, what it is, what it could become, where it is struggling, and where it needs to be encouraged. Thank you for your generosity, and Father King for sharing his love story with St. Paul University. And others, thank you, and Miigwech. Maybe we should do this more often. Who knows? So my next guest is Father Chicho, and he's going to speak for 45 minutes. No, actually, we asked him to, well, he spent 2 days with us, and to share a few words about what he heard, what he saw, what he experienced, and any other words of wisdom he might have to share with us. So thank you, Father Chicho.
Alors, après Monseigneur au Sahara, je ne suis plus un homme de parole dans le sens de parler beaucoup. Alors, bien sûr que je serai très court. Je voudrais dire, parce que je pense que c'est important, d'abord, excusez-moi si j'utilise quelques paroles qui ne marchent pas chez vous, à cause de la maîtrise de la langue, bien sûr. Je ne suis pas francophone, je ne suis pas anglophone, et même je doute que moi je sois hispanophone. Mais en tout cas, excusez-moi, et aussi parce que je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qui sont passées par ici. Je vais parler en français et en anglais, ma manière de parler le français et l'anglais, bien sûr. Beaucoup de choses qui sont passées qu'il faut les passer par le cœur. Et vous demandez quelque chose comme ça, spontané, oui, j'apprécie beaucoup, mais nous avons besoin de temps pour, pas seulement pour réfléchir. Il y a beaucoup de sentiments, beaucoup de choses qui passent, qui touchent le cœur. Et vous avez demandé d'écouter avec le cœur, et ça demande du temps. Malheureusement, les gardiens de temps nous ont coupés à tout. Mais je dirais comme ça, moi, j'ai besoin encore de passer encore par mon cœur, repasser tout ce qu'il a passé, que je pense, pour moi, c'était très important. La deuxième chose, moi, je ne suis pas universitaire. Après que j'ai fini les études de théologie, etc., il y avait des invitations pour continuer. Moi, j'ai dit, c'est fini. Et c'était vrai. Je suis plutôt, je ne sais pas comment s'appelle ça en français, quelqu'un qui est tout pour soi-même et qui fait la recherche pour soi-même, mais je suis un peu allergique aux titres, spécialement supérieur général et des choses comme ça aussi. Voilà. C'est très simplement pour dire qui je suis et d'où je viens. Alors, je vais partager avec vous des impressions d'un missionnaire normal, d'un oblat normal, qui vient de quelque part différent d'ici, de contextes différents, et qui toujours a travaillé, bien sûr, de contextes bien différents quelquefois. Ce n'est pas la même chose aller au Sahara, c'est les musulmans que venir ici. Mais je trouve qu'il y a des choses importantes. Alors, c'est moi qui va parler. Excusez-moi encore si je ne peux pas parler bien, utiliser les mots précis qu'il faut. Je reconnais qu'il faut, mais je ne l'ai pas. OK? Alors, quand le pape a proclamé l'année de la vie religieuse, il nous a proposé 3 choses pour penser chacun de nous dans notre propre charisme, notre propre vocation. Il a dit, il faut être reconnaissant avec le passé, être appassionné avec le présent, il faut rêver le futur, l'avenir, avec espérance. Je vais parler du passé et de l'aujourd'hui en français. et de l'avenir en anglais, parce que l'avenir peut-être c'est en anglais, je ne sais pas, excusez-moi. Voilà. Je suis très reconnaissant. Je suis très reconnaissant de votre invitation, de partager tout ce que vous avez vécu. Et je suis très reconnaissant de toutes les personnes qui nous ont aidés de quelque manière à comprendre qu'est-ce qu'il passe ici à l'Université Saint-Paul et au Canada. Être reconnaissant, j'aime beaucoup le mot français parce que ça nous manque en espagnol. Il y a les deux choses, reconnaître le passé, mais avec action de grâce. Ça veut dire un grand merci. Un grand merci à vous tous que vous avez fabriqué petit à petit l'histoire de l'Université de Saint-Paul que je ne connaissais pas avant. Un grand merci à toutes les personnes qui ont fait pendant des années tous les efforts. Vous avez dit déjà un grand merci, je n'aurai plus l'opportunité peut-être de dire comme ça à Chantal. Je me souviens que j'étais dans l'équipe qui a pas provoqué la nomination de Chantal avec le Perkin. Et oui, j'ai vu que beaucoup de choses sont passées et que sont bonnes. Mais être reconnaissant aussi des côtés de l'histoire que c'est douloureux encore. Un grand merci, ce que nous venons d'écouter cet après-midi. Un grand merci, je le porte dans mon cœur, parce qu'il faut être reconnaissant. Reconnaître d'un homme, qu'est-ce qu'il a passé, et rendre grâce aussi que nous sommes capables de nous dire la vérité. Bon, je ne sais pas comment ça va continuer. Je vous remercie, vraiment. Je porte ça dans mon cœur. Je n'ai pas d'autre mot que dire. L'émotion que je porte et le cœur que je porte, c'est tout. Deuxième mot, vivre le présent avec passion. Et j'ai vu que vous êtes très passionné de votre travail. Et vous voulez que le Père général vous écoute. Je vous écoute. Et chacun de vous, c'est la meilleure chose qui peut passer dans l'université, ce que nous faisons. Et c'est bon. Ça, c'est bon. Être amoureux de notre travail, pour moi, c'est le principe de la transmission de quelque chose. Et oui, il faudrait dire, il faut être encore plus passionné, pas avoir peur de la passion. Nous, les Espagnols, nous n'avons pas peur. Quelquefois, nous trompons. Nous trompons aussi trop de passion, comme dit quelqu'un. Mais non, il faut pas avoir peur. Être passionné signifie aussi développer ce que chacun de nous porte. C'est la transmission, ce que nous avons reçu avec passion, qui vient de la passion des ancêtres, ce que nous sommes et ce que nous allons apporter. Combien de générations? 7e génération en avance, c'est la passion. Voilà. Je vous encourage à être passionné. Nous, les Oblats, on dit comme ça, nous avons passion. Nous sommes tombés amoureux de Jésus. Nous sommes tombés amoureux des plus pauvres et plus abandonnés. Et nous sommes tombés amoureux de l'Église et de la congrégation et Marie. Voilà. Et je pense que oui, on manque de passion quand nous faisons d'autres choses ou quand nous trompons. C'est la vie, c'est comme ça. The third thing I'm most interested in, maybe English, is goes for challenging, you know? So the third thing is thinking on the future with hope. Some people told us during this season that hope is very important in this world, and I fully believe. We had to bring hope to this world, beginning from ourselves. Trust in each one of us, trust in ourselves to bring hope to this world. The last general chapter, the chapter who destroyed my life, electing me superior general, is about pilgrims, beautiful, pilgrims of hope in communion. And I think many things we are speaking about these days is about that. Pilgrims of hope in communion. Pilgrims mean we have to walk together, side by side, with all the context, with all the realities we have, because everyone is a gift. for us. And I would like to say it's a gift from God for us. No matter the circumstances, no matter what happened, he or she is a gift. And pilgrims mean walking together. And I think you try to do this. Of hope is a gift. No one can have hope by ourselves. It's something coming in our being humans and trusting that something will be better later on. In communion, if you try to do everything in communion related, communion respects the own identity of everyone. It's not about domination. It's not about disapparition of the different things. It's about communion is something else. When we are walking together, a new reality is coming, respecting our own identity and cultures, but something new is coming, bringing hope to the people. So thinking in this in the university, and you know I am not from this field, maybe I would like to challenge with the same challenges we have as congregation, because are the same, I think. In our congregation, we are asking how to bring hope to this world. How to bring hope. Whatever you are doing in the university, the different activities, how to bring hope. And this is a challenge. It's not about to be closed down in our own identity, own classrooms, own professors. No, how to bring hope. Whatever I am doing, how to bring hope. This is one of the challenges we have as congregation. And maybe many ministries we had to leave because they are no longer bringing hope. And we had to look for new ways on bringing hope. For us, always, it's most important the most abandoned people and the poor people, marginalized, whatever. How to bring hope to poor people in the way everything you are doing here. Okay? This is my question for the congregation as well. How to bring hope. Then it's a phenomenon, you say in the university, many people are coming from different cultures, different nations, internationality, but also different cultures. And they are coming here, which is especially complex, the relationship of different cultures as well. I don't know, because I'm not a specialist, how to say the respect for the culture of everyone, but how to work together, the different cultures. They are using different words, I don't know the consequences, interculturality, multiculturality, whatever is the word, I don't know. But it is really something to go deeply. Different cultures living together, how to interconnect, respecting the history of the territory, respecting the history of everyone who is coming, respecting also, but open to something new that we don't know, because we have to work together. So something like that, I think in this university could be a laboratory or something like that, of this kind of new world that maybe is coming. But I insist, real work on that has to respect the own identity of everyone. But how to interact these all different cultures? This is one of my questions. We are asking ourselves in our congregation. You can see we are different from different cultures. How to do that? This is one. And then maybe I'm very sensitive to this. I share with you, and you share already with all the people. But how to learn? I know my idea of the universities, oh, they are professors, they are great, intellectual. Oh, I feel bad here. I feel poor. But how to learn of the wisdom of the poor people? How to learn of the wisdom of the autochthonous people? Because it is a university already there. And this university has to be open, I think, to share this richness. How to do that? For me, I wrote in the letter, it's a challenge for our own congregation. We need to learn to be ennobled today, learning from the people who we are sent or who we are serving. We had to learn from them how to be ennobled. You know? But if you allow me just to ask the same question to the university, how to learn from this richness? This is universal patrimony for the whole humanity of the autochthonous people and the poor people. They have some wisdom to share with us. And this is a change in our minds because always we say, and I find it's good, we are doing all this for the poor people. You know? Fine. Are we learning from the poor people? How can we become co-learnings in this world? Question. I have no answer. Sorry for that. But maybe at the level of the different bodies of the university, you have to answer little by little, of course, this question. Last, not the least, I suppose, the role of the oblates here. I would like to express this in this way. I don't want to scare anyone, not the oblates, not the people in the university, you know, because some people think maybe Father General has a hidden agenda just for the university. No, we have not. But I fully believe we have to start what is called now the synodal process to see how is the role of the oblates in this university. With all the doors open, all of them, but going in the synodal process with all the bodies, maybe to discern what is supposed for the next 175 years, or at least for the next 25 years, what is the role of the oblates and the church in this university. Open to any solution. I like just to share what the people who went to the synod shared with us. It was very, very, okay, we need time, because it's very, very patient way of doing things. So they put in a round table like that, people, bishops, lay people, sisters, other people, and they start a conversation. First round. We are speaking about, for instance, the role of the oblates in the university. And everyone has the right to say something for minutes. What happened next? What I need from this meeting? They quiet, in silence for 10, 15 minutes, just to realize what is coming to my heart. What is the word coming to my heart I can share with the others. And then second turn. And they speak, everyone, what is in their hearts, and little by little, with time, they are coming to the point. Why? Because the Spirit is at work. But we have to connect with the Spirit. So maybe this kind of conversation, synodal process, whatever you want, spiritual conversation, is needed also for the university. But I respect the ways maybe you are going on, no matter with me, just to share what I have today in this heart. Thank you very much. I really appreciate everything, every second, every minute, even if I'm tired, I have been here with you. And many things coming back to Rome. It is true that I am living in Rome, but it's not true that I am a Roman. It's not. I'm far from being a Roman, I think, because my circumstances, personal circumstances, my limitations as well. But I'm coming back to Rome to share with the General Council everything I experienced here. Beginning with the visit to the Innu people. I began already 2 weeks ago, more than 2 weeks ago, finishing what I experienced here in this meeting. Thank you so much.
Just hearing the word patience already stirs up. It is a patient process. Thank you. And I think everyone here is ready for a conversation. Yes. Last but not least, to close our session, I would ask Marie-Louise to lead us in prayer, and then we can go home and meditate in our hearts what was said here today.
Dear relatives, please join me in asking the Creator that He helps us keep in our hearts all that we have heard here, all that we have experienced here, all that we want to jump in and start to fix, all that we want to take the time with patience and humility to wait until the Spirit says, now, speak, now, act, now, share, now, wonder, now, pray, all the time in love and understanding. Creator, please see us safely home to all of our own people, to those who are traveling, safe travels, to those we will see again tomorrow, à la prochaine, to those we will not see for a long time, until we meet again. Merci miigwech, merci Creator.